Good morning, everybody, and I hope everyone is having a beautiful Friday. We are, of course, in the beautiful Okukweyo, and my beautiful big bird from yesterday did show up again. But unfortunately, I still cannot ID it. I'm thinking it is perhaps a Varu eagle, but again, it's a little bit tricky. I'll show you how far it is actually now. But of course, my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day and very excited to see and explore with all of you today and hoping we see a lot of beautiful and brilliant things. But yes, hopefully we'll see some wonderful interactions and some wonderful sightings today at our various locations. I'm going to try to get us a closer look, but just, yes, as I said, is a little bit tricky because you will see how far it actually is. But of course, IDing is going to be tricky as the bird is not looking at us. I can't see how big it is in actual life, but I'm thinking it might be a Varu eagle, as they can be found in these areas. But yes, I just wanted to show all of you. It is in fact back. And just to show you how far it is actually from the waterhole. Technology is a brilliant thing and it does help us a lot. You see, now you can't even see it. So wonderful that we get to explore the different areas and trees and see what is hidden. I've seen a jackal already this morning as well, but other than that, it's been fairly quiet at Okukweyo. And as always, remember we are live, we are absolutely interactive, and we would love to hear from you. So if you have any questions or comments or suggestions for us throughout the day, please do let us know what you want to talk about. At the end of the day, you know, this is your safari and we love that you are joining us. We really appreciate that all of you are spending some quality time with us, as well as beautiful, beautiful Mother Nature. But you can see it is a fairly overcast day here in Okukweyo, so we'll have to see what happens with it. Are we going to get some rain? Is it just going to blow over? But speaking of which, let's take a look at today's weather and see what's going to happen. Cool stuff. It seems like it will be nice and fair throughout our locations. But again, you know, that really, it prepares us, but nothing can truly prepare you out here in terms of what to expect. But let me know what you would like to see today. I'm hoping for some elephants here in Okukweyo. Yesterday afternoon late, of course, as always, we had a beautiful rhino. So we shall see what the day will bring for us. Hopefully, you never know. Hopefully with this overcast weather, you know, it might bring some predators. That is, of course, also possible. But we really do not know. And that truly is the beautiful thing about it. It sucks. I think it would be wonderful if you wake up and you know exactly what's going to happen. But I do think that would also take... it would take the beauty out of it. You know, then we would sort of stagnate and just say, okay, well, this is what we're going to see. This is what's going to happen. Whereas when we get surprised, it is much, much better. Oh, we've got one Springbok. We are on a roll. No, we'll see what happens throughout the day and see what else shows up. And I will, of course, keep monitoring it as always. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Liam, who apparently has something special to show us.
And a very good morning to all of our viewers from wherever you may be coming to us from. And welcome to Kariega Game Reserve. My name's Liam, and I'm sitting here next to a very endearing moment of a mother rhino seemingly grooming its little one. And I'm just trying to figure out what the reasoning behind it might be. Nonetheless, whilst I figure it out, let's just take a moment to enjoy this very, very sweet moment. So folks, of course this is it's a live and interactive show, so if you have any theories or ideas or comments on this very, very touching moment, I'd love to hear them. And whilst you do that, I'd like to say that I think I get the sense that she seems to be collecting little bits of dried mud on its back. It's almost as if she's actually kind of chomping any bits of mud. So that might be a case of residual amounts of mineral on the rhino's skin. Of course, they don't sweat as profusely as many other animals do. So there wouldn't be a lot of bodily minerals in that mud, as one can see with if you've ever had a dog, and when one exercises, they tend to want to come and lick the salty bits on you. Even a cat as well. They have this drawing to our sweat, which seems to have bits of salt in it. And of course, salt is an essential mineral for so many animals, rhinos included. And so I suspect that this mineral that she seems to be licking off her youngster would come from the dried mud, in fact. Of course, when mud or soil substrate becomes dehydrated, it has the effect of consolidating or drawing out minerals, and so that might very well be exactly what she's doing here. She's collecting minerals. Now just have a look at that back, how soaked it is. Maybe it's just a lovely bit of affection, taking care of its little youngster, its infant. I think quite like a mother's love, eh? Judy, I would agree with you that this is an incredibly intimate moment. That's why I'm hesitant to kind of say much for it and let the moment speak for itself. It's merely my role to facilitate what is happening in front of you all. And sometimes it's best to just soak up what is happening. Now you having a look at that little youngster's face. Excuse me. It really does look like bliss. We had earlier this morning we had a nice display of a zebra having a good old scratch under a bush, and it certainly had that kind of distant stare where the eye softens and the eye softens, and you just kind of get a sense of utter appreciation of the moment. And I'm getting a feeling from this young rhino from that.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellie swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Another reason why they might like to use a smaller wallow, or a muddy wallow, there might be less insects about. It's certainly notable when a blessed book is at the waterhole and you can see it's noticeably frustrated with the blowflies and other insects that might be there. So it could be a factor of biting insects, which might be a bit of a nuisance. the lovely call of a jackal buzzard in the background there one moment ago. Our resident jackally buzzard. Had some lovely audio of the Narina trogon this morning whilst was out early. It was echoing from the thickets surrounding these lovely plains. It's always lovely to hear in summertime, particularly. In case you didn't know, an Narina trogon is the most splendid bird, and it's a joy for anybody to come across. If you don't know what it is, I really do recommend having a look up at that. That's a Narina trogon. Beautiful, beautiful red and green bird, and there are a number of them in these thickets surrounding us here in Kariega. So these it was quite an exciting moment when these rhinos arrived earlier this morning. There was initially the herd of buffalo, or a herd of buffalo, that came to join us here at Scotia Waterhole. The pathfinders leading the way down through the plains and to the water, and it was quite a lovely affair. And these two rhinos then later on came and joined. It was quite a nice bit of interaction. And this is one such pathfinder. In fact, I'd go so far as to say he was the leading pathfinder. So pathfinders are essentially prime Duggar boys who have not yet retired, and they're in their best shape, and they are helping in leading and protecting a herd from potential threats. So a pathfinder like this one would, for example, lead a herd moving into a particular area as they're on the go. And so there would be a number of pathfinders within a herd, typically, at least with the Cape buffalo. That is the savanna subspecies of buffalo. So there's two subspecies of buffalo in Africa that are broadly accepted. Some might go so far as to say that they are separate species, but it is debatable. So there's a number of pathfinders in a herd, and they will either be in the front, the side, or in the rear, and they form a perfect protection mechanism for the youngsters who would be with the cows in the center of the herd as they move around. Of course, as they start to graze and move, they tend to mix a little, but when on the move, it's quite clear that the males do assist in taking the lead, and that is just purely because they are, it would be largely because they're bigger individuals. They have a good bit more brute to them, and so they would be able to fend off any potential threats. Now, that is unlike the forest buffalo. So Trisha, would the Pathfinder be significantly bigger? So yes, by nature of his maturity, he would probably be he would be bigger than other males. You can get, of course, you can get Duggar boys who are older and often bigger than a Pathfinder, and so. But they wouldn't be those Duggar boys typically wouldn't be in their prime anymore, so they'd be out with other Duggar boys or alone. So within a herd, if there are any males, the biggest males in a herd will be Pathfinders, yes. But yeah, Duggar boys still a little bit bigger, but they just don't know how to throw that weight as well and use it to their advantage anymore. Well, at least in a social setting. I mean, a Duggar boy can certainly still fend off potential threats. He seems to have gotten a couple of flies. Yes, indeed. Sticking his nose in the ground, just like the blesbuck does. So I mentioned, yes, two subspecies of buffalo in Africa, sometimes considered different species: the savanna buffalo and the forest buffalo, which is also sometimes referred to as dwarf, although they're still pretty big. The forest buffalo, which you would get in Central Africa, normally has one male in a herd and is more often a matriarchal led group, so the females will decide and lead where to go. So the male would simply be there for producing progeny. You also find forest buffaloes in much smaller groupings. They probably don't have as many threats in the forest compared to in the savannas, where lions do particularly well and would form their main threat. So there's a nice bit of a wallow there, which he seems to be deciding to go and join in on the fun with. I mean, who wouldn't? It is a lovely sunny day here in Kariega. It was a partly cloudy this morning as the sun rose, and it really was a stunning drive to site this morning, where the sun was coming through the clouds and lighting up these plains with such a beautiful golden aura. And then to be, of course, down in the plains when the sun was rising was also very, very beautiful. Those clouds seem to have cleared now and been taken over by some high, wispy cirrus clouds. And the breeze only so slight from the east, so that would be the left-hand side of the screen. So, Quincy, when a Pathfinder is no longer able to continue as Pathfinder, do they drop to number 2, number 3, or do they go from 1 to retired? So I don't know if that level of detail is being studied in buffaloes. I'd imagine there would be some sort of hierarchy within the males in a herd, and I honestly couldn't say. I'll try and see if there is some information available on that. But I don't believe hierarchies of pathfinders within a herd. I'm not entirely sure if it has been studied. Could be wrong. There could be somebody out there who has studied it. But and then to go from a high-ranking individual to retired, I don't imagine it to be such a abrupt situation, because there are a number of males, so there's they would be able to go up and down ranks, and I don't think it would be something like, for example, certain baboons have a very clear rank within a troop, and their social dynamics are quite nuanced, quite detailed. And I don't imagine it to be much the same as a buffalo. So if it was, say, a high-ranking pathfinder, it might lose a bit of rank, but I don't imagine it would go from being a high-ranking individual to be thrown out. I think it would be a gradual affair. So I hope that answers that, Quince. I'll see if I can find some information on Pathfinder hierarchy for you. In the meantime, let's go have a look at what's going on in Djuma with Lisa.
Thank you, Liam. Brilliant start to your morning. Buffalo and rhino, how awesome is that? One of our awesome zoomies found a striped skink on the Djuma Dam Camp, and it is literally just chilling. There were 2 of them, but of course the skink is just waiting for some insects, and this is a very, very common species that you will find specifically in southern Africa, and they can get very, 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 very large. And just like anything and everything else in nature, someone will also eat this guy eventually, whether it is a bird. I've seen a snake eat one. It was a very strange experience. Reptile going for reptile, but of course, it is all about survival of the fittest. But you can see he's just chilling right now. Much like the monitor lizards we see, the terrapins, of course, it is a reptile, so ectothermic, relying on outer resources to warm him up. And this is what we would call sunbasking or sunbathing. Ooh, get jiggy with it. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. And it's always so cool, when we do actually have creatures and all sorts coming this close to the camera. Of course, often we've got tree squirrels. Every now and again, the vervet monkeys come to investigate and see if they can break something. Sometimes we find snakes on the dam cam. And when I say we, I mean the zoomies. They find some very, very interesting things, and I know they had a brilliant show last night with the lightning and thunder and everything that was going on. But just look at how fast this guy is breathing, and he's in really good shape, but as I say, they can become very, very large. I'm sure many of you have seen them in your homes. And they will just keep eating and eating and eating as much as they can. Of course, really anything in nature don't know or doesn't know when they'll get their next meal. So then they will eat as much as they can. But this guy's got cheese. He's got a buffet all around him. Flies and muggies and ants and everything. Oh, and it's just beautiful when you can hear all of the birds. The kingfishers, the lapwings, the geese, the oxpeckers, the buffalo weavers. Absolutely amazing. Jiggy jiggy. Hannah, good morning. You would like to know what's the biggest thing that these things can eat? I've seen one eat a fairly large moth. So as I said, it really does depend. They are, of course, opportunistic. So yes, but the largest I've personally seen was a fairly large moth. So it really does depend. And as I say, it's always going to be different. Someone else may have seen one eat something even bigger. Just going to take a look-see around to the dam and see what is happening there. Because apparently we've got new goslings, which is very exciting, of course. And I know Ben found that duikerkeel in a tree not too far from here, so we are also just keeping an eye out for if there is perhaps a cat that comes around. Just look at them. You can't see them nicely, but they are literally just behind the adults. We'll just wait to see. Oh man alive, that is precious. And just look how fast they can actually move, hey? And of course they're going to go behind this magic quarry now. We'll just give it some time. Hopefully they come out. But yes, the parents do have to be very, very careful. As we've seen, unfortunately, we've lost quite a few little ones. Not just, the geese, but also lapwings. Even though they are precocial when they hatch from the eggs, they are not helpless. They can already move and fend for themselves if need be. But yes, if there's a monitor lizard that's close by, or, a raptor or anything like that, they'll definitely go for them. It's going to be a little bit tricky now behind this tree. And we've also got some cattle egrets around who are now also just hiding. But something we don't see too often here on the Djuma Dam Cam. Of course it does happen. There you are. Hi, my friend. That has to be one of the best bird calls ever. I don't care what anyone says. Just gonna take another last look around, see what else might be here at Gowrie Dam. But it is good weather though, not necessarily for spotting general game, but as I say, if that leopard is in fact around, then hopefully, it'll come down for a drink sooner or later. You never know. Good morning, blacksmith lapwing. I really do love them, even though it's such a common species. I mean, I see them at my house every day, but I remember calling them the cowbirds when I was a tiny, teeny tot going on safari. I always say to my father, I want to see the cowbirds and I want to see the ghost bokkies, which is a springbok, with their white faces. It's funny how you remember these things even as an adult. Alrighty, well, we will keep monitoring the situation here at Djuma, of course, with the awesome help of our zoomies. But in the meanwhile, let's head back to Okukoyo. And the animals have finally woken up. Slowly, but surely we'll get there. And still no baby wildebeests. No baby impalas, which is very odd as well. Not that we see impala too often in comparison to the oryxes, the springboks. But of course impalas prefer going deeper into the bush. As they are mixed feeders, they can eat both grass and leaves. And it really is so interesting. I mean, something like a wildebeest. They are selective grazers. They prefer, or they only go for, really short green grass. And then it sort of makes you wonder, where do they go here? But of course, beyond the tree line, beyond everything we can see, there is, of course, way more out there than we actually fathom or even think about. And as always, the animals adapt, they really do adapt to the environment they find themselves in. They acclimate, just like us. What was that? Oh, just a springbokkie. A spookbokkie, which translates to ghost antelope. As I say, that's what I called them when I was young. Always told my father I want to see the spookbokkies with their white faces. And now we get to see them every single day here in Okokoyo. Ooh, that one wildebeest is very pregnant. Kimmy, you would like to know what's the process of acclimation and how long will it take? That's a very tricky question because, I mean, every animal is going to be different. Every situation is going to be different. And it really does depend, you know. Some animals do not acclimate or adapt at all. I've seen that with rehabilitation processes of other animals. When you have to release them back into the wild, they really do struggle to adapt. But of course, there's a lot of research that goes into that sort of situation before it gets done. But the animals here, of course, you know, this is natural. But I'm just saying, if you were to take an animal from, let's say, Kariga or Amakala and put them here or in Djuma, where it's very hot, very humid, that animal is either going to adapt and just survive, or it is not. So it's a tricky thing. There's no specific time period linked to it. It's just like humans. I remember when I went to go work in the United States, I stayed in Orlando, Florida. And I worked in Greater Kruger before that for quite some time. And as you know, it gets very, very hot and humid there. And I thought, no, it's fine. You know, I'll be able to handle it. And upon getting to Orlando, I think by the time I was acclimated, it was time to go back home. So I think it really is the same for animals. But of course, animals are way, way, way more incredible than we are with regards to, you know, their anatomy, their biological abilities. So it really does depend. But probably I would say, you know, if you were to rehabilitate and release an animal back into the wild, there's a lot of factors that's going to come into play. You know, what's the difference? What's the climate difference that they now have to get used to? There's so many things that you have to take into consideration. So it can probably take anything from a couple of days to a couple of weeks to even a couple of months. But it really does depend, you know. Animals are just like humans. If you get a shock to your body, then you are either going to deal with it, or, you know, something could potentially happen to you that you have to get hospitalized. And sadly, we cannot hospitalize every animal, but it really does depend. Come on, animals. They are very, very hesitant to come to the water. And it's very interesting. From what I've noticed here at Okokoyo, the kudus either come from the left game path or the right one. It's very rarely that we actually see them coming from the center where the wildebeests were now that we just saw. And that's I'm trying to think now why that is. You know, is it because of where they are coming from? Is it because kudus in itself, even though all of these animals could potentially fall prey to a predator, a kudu, you know, in itself is already such a shy and elusive animal. So I'm wondering, and very, very vigilant. So I'm wondering if it's not because of, you know, the area that they can see and the area that they are then familiar with. That is very interesting. I'm only picking up on that now. Kelly Ann, you would like to know what would make these animals hesitant to come to the water. So there's various things. Unfortunately, we are not here, and even if we were here in real life, we don't know what they are smelling, we don't know what they are hearing. That is the really incredible thing about animals, you know, their senses are so acute and just so tuned in. So it might be something that they're smelling, it might be something that they're hearing. Of course, behind the waterhole there is also a camp. So kudus in themselves, as I say, they are already very shy and elusive animals and very skittish generally from the kudus I've seen on safari. But they are not too fond of animals. Well, I guess it is animals. They are not too fond of people. So it really does depend, you know, it might just be that they heard the people here at the camp. But again, you know, we don't know what they are smelling. It is a fairly overcast day. It is a little bit windy. And often we see when it is a little bit windy, animals are even more vigilant and hesitant due to the fact that they can't exactly pinpoint where smells are coming from, where different noises and sounds are coming from. That is often why you'll see on a very windy day, big animals like even rhinos, buffaloes, they'll just lie down in one area just to play it safe. I don't know how safe it is actually, but I guess either way, you know, it's going to be a dangerous situation or a risky situation to ultimately put yourself in. If it's windy and you lie down, you know, you're just stationary in one point and you could potentially just lure an animal to you. But that being said, if you are walking around and you can't exactly pick up on smells and the exact direction of noises and sounds, that could also be dangerous and you could encounter the predator then. So what do you hear? Ooh, what's wrong? Not too sure what gave it a fright now. But as I say, just behind us there is a camp, so it might just be that it saw a lesser spotted Homo sapien and did not like it too much. You can see it's not running away completely. It's also not alarm calling. But please do remember, this is a live and interactive journey that you are on with us. We love to hear from you. If you've got any questions, comments, suggestions, please do send them through to us. If you see something that I might be overlooking, please do tell us. Of course, the more eyes we have, the better. That is what I always say on safari. You know, if you see something, rather stop me as opposed to just driving past, or in this case, scanning past and potentially missing something. And you know, I promise you, 80% of the time it is just going to be a rock or a log. I do that every single day, even though I know all of these dead trees and logs and everything are here. I will still look. Ooh, is that a jackal? So if you look carefully on the game path, you'll see there's a jackal. A jakkalsie. And also a fairly common species to see in southern Africa. But it's always so special to see them. I enjoy them. It's one of my favorite animals to see on safari. A lot of people are not fond of them, but they are of course very crucial to the ecosystem. They are scavengers, so they clean up a lot of the carcasses. They are like the garbage guys. And generally, for the most part, they are monogamous. You'll generally see them in pairs, but of course, you know, sometimes you will also find them solitary, but they are not pack animals. What can happen a lot of the times, if there is in fact a carcass of some sort, the predators are still around, let's say for instance lions on a kill, what jackals will often do is they will pair up, so, or gang up, I should say, not pair up. The various couples will actually, form a group, and that might be to, have a, I don't know, stronger unity, you can say. But I think, for me, the most logic explanation to that is the more jackals you are, the less likely you are to get charged or attacked by the lion, because there's other distractions as well now. So whereas when you are just one jackal, the lion is going to see you and is definitely going to come after you if you go for its food too quickly to its liking. Diana, good morning. You are saying you are super fond of jackals. As am I. Honestly, I love them. I remember the first time taking my father on a safari where I was the actual naturalist. We just had a brilliant drive. This was still in the Waterbergs, my first reserve I guided on. And I think that afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, we just had a really good drive. We definitely saw cheetahs, I think elephants, rhinos, and if I'm not mistaken, we also saw lions. And on our way back to the lodge, I said to my father, I just want to check an area, because there was this main road going through the reserve, and under it was like a pipe system, and there were actually jackals denning there. So we stopped there, and my father said, why are we stopping? And I said, just wait, Dad. And then we waited a couple of minutes, and the tiniest fluff balls came out. And I promise you, to that day, my father still refers to that sighting being one of his most memorable. So I too enjoy jackals. They're just fascinating animals, and I love when they vocalize. It's one of the best sounds that you can have in nature, in my personal experience, or opinion at least.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Jeez. That's a lot of lapwings. Polly, hi there, and thank you so much for jumping on board with us. You are saying, jackals scavenge, but do they ever hunt? Yes, so as I just said, the animals will actually, it's very cool actually when jackals hunt. Often you'll see, if you haven't seen anything like it, but if you go look on social media, there's a lot of pages for the Kalahari. And often you will actually see beautiful photographs of jackals going for doves, going for quillias. The quillias are a little bit fast, but they can definitely hunt birds. They are also omnivorous actually. They can eat fruit as well, but of course, their main diet consists of meat. And during this time of the year, the baby season, you'll often see various couples ganging up and going after a baby impala or baby wildebeest. I don't know if it happens here in Okokoyo. It can, of course, happen. And that's the thing about animals. We should never put them in a box and say this is what they can do, this is what they can't do. It's not at all the case. Not at all. I know a lot of people believe that male lions can't hunt, or they'll always prefer the females hunting, etc., etc. We actually, my previous reserve I worked on in the Greater Kruger, there was a male lion that got challenged by his sons that went into prime, so they literally ganged up on him, and in the combat they ripped out his one eye. And then what had happened is he completely moved off. He moved to the far southwestern corner of the reserve, and you never heard him roaring anymore, anything. But every now and again, we would actually have a sighting of him. And that male lion was still hunting for himself, still fending for himself, still doing his own thing. So despite, all of the odds being against him in just that time, he still survived, he still thrived. So that's what I say every single day. We can read a lot online. I know yesterday we had oryxes, and I suspected the one was giving birth. And even though I don't have a lot of experiences with oryxes, I can list various facts for you about oryxes, about wildebeest, about springbok, literally anything. It's easy to read anything online or read a book. But I can promise you, your experience is going to be different than my experience. My experience is different to Ben's experience. You can have been a guide for 50 years and still have a different experience every single day. So that is truly the beauty. And as I say, that is why we should never, ever, ever put animals in a box. Say it's just a herbivore, it's just a carnivore. Animals do what they need to survive. So Polly, out here, I don't know what the jackals hunt, but I I definitely do believe they have to hunt to some aspect, because they are definitely very energetic when we see them. Even the one that I said is not in a great condition, the skin is not in a great condition, but it is definitely not malnutrition. So they might be hunting birds. It really does depend. If you are hungry, you're going to make a plan. And if you don't make a plan, Mother Nature is going to make a plan for you. And do some natural selection, as we call it. And this is also a classic example, these red-billed quillias, these birds that we constantly see flocking, going to the water, flying away, flocking, going to the water, flying away. This is a brilliant example, because if you look at the quillias in Mashatu, They will fly as one big flock, and they will go drink water. They'll actually sit a while at the water, even though they take very quick turns and then they take off again. Whereas here in Okokoyo, I've been watching it for a while now. It is very brief, and it's almost like they break away in smaller groups and then rejoin in the air again. Now you ask yourself why. And of course, we don't know. We don't know what's going on in their minds. We don't know what's the actual circumstances, the actual state of mind of these animals. Are they stressed? Are they super relaxed? What's happening? But that being said, the logical thing to me again, and this is really what we do as humans. We interpret as much as we can from what we observe, because we don't really know what's happening out here. We can only speculate. So for me personally, I would say it's probably because it's such a barren area. It's very vast, it's very open, so it might be even more dangerous, for these birds to hover around in one big group as opposed to, just breaking off in the smaller groups. But again, that's just my personal take on it. I could be completely wrong. Craig, good morning. You would like to know, why do birds fly in flocks? So I mean, it comes down to the same principle, and again, this is just our human interpretation of it. It could be for a complete different reason, but it's the same concept as, why do elephants move in herds? Why do lions move in prides? It's safer. It's definitely more efficient. And if you look at this, it's a perfect unison. They all know exactly what's happening, what's going on, where are they going next. Yes, you see, I wouldn't be able to be a Aquila. My GPS would be broken all the time. But yes, it's, main reason for it is being safer. It's just like us. I don't know about any of you, but if you go into an area which you are not at all familiar with, it's a bit of a dodgy area, then for me, for instance, it would be Johannesburg CBD. That's like the main part of Johannesburg. And for me, when I go there, I don't really want to go there by myself, just because you feel safer with someone else. Not because of this or that, it's just human. And I think it goes the same for animals. Sometimes you just feel better when you are in a group or when you are with a friend, as opposed to being by yourself. And whether you're a bird, whether you are an antelope, that is why all of these animals can also coexist. That springbok knows the oryx is not going to eat it. That wildebeest knows the oryx is not going to eat it. And of course, if something should happen, they'll definitely all let each other know. And it's weird, they all understand. How do they know? Because if a springbok makes an alarm call, or if the wildebeest, makes an alarm call, all of these animals are going to know exactly what's happening. So it really is, I think it's something we can study and research all we want. We will only understand so much. But it's good, to keep asking questions and to keep interpreting it and observing it and wondering what makes that animal do that. How long have they been doing that? Were they taught that? Is it an instinct? Just look at that. Jeez, that's incredible. It really is so, so incredible. And it's something like that, as I say, we can have all the information, that we read up online or that you study in a book or whatever the case is. You can have a whole team of scientists studying these birds, but if you are not in the brain of that bird when it is still alive, understanding how they do it, why they do it, you are never truly gonna know. And for me, I will stand by that statement until the day that I die, because it really is. I don't think we're meant to understand everything out here. I think we're just meant to appreciate it, first of all, and greatly respect it. Good morning, zebras. And then you also ask yourself, how is that sufficient? The amount of water they just get in that quick, brief sip. And of course, they do it various times over and over and over and over and over. But again, that would require us to get into the anatomy and the biology and the requirements of a quillia. And again, we can. There's scientists, there's research being done on animals. Not on animals, but I mean about animals. Every single day. Ooh, that was a nice yawn. You can hear the hornbills in the background. And those are the hornbills showing off. Often you'll see them spreading their wings and then sort of doing a bit of a head bang when they do that. It's one of my favorite birds to photograph, is a hornbill, specifically when they are displaying like that. Jimmy, you are saying such beautiful sounds here at Okokweyo. Absolutely, that is every now and again we'll just cue a bit of a silent moment just to embrace it all and just take it in and, really appreciate Mother Nature for what she actually is. As a naturalist, when we start studying and you get into the guiding career and everything, I remember the one golden rule was always, if you can't beat the beauty of silence of Mother Nature, then don't say anything at all. And that really is the truth. Sometimes we just have to stop and just listen. And not just necessarily, here on Escape to Nature or on Sunset Safari or Sunrise Safari. Sometimes in life we really just need to sit and just breathe and just listen to everything that's going on around us. Because I promise you, wherever you find yourself, whether you are in a concrete jungle, whether you live more on a farm, there's always something to listen to. Whether it's crickets, whether it's frogs, whether it's a dove on your windowsill, there's always something to listen to when it comes to Mother Nature. And we really do need to start doing that, just listen to her more. I think we will definitely realize a lot, but it's difficult. In general, it's difficult, just to find some peace nowadays with the way life is going. It's very rushed. We're always chasing after something, whether it's you're chasing after your career or after your family or after money. We are always rushing somewhere. And I think it really is so important for us to sometimes just sit and listen. And you can definitely see the animals are much more vigilant today. I think it's most probably due to the breeze that's around. As I said, they will be more on edge when it is a little bit windy. I do just want to take a look around because they all seem to be watching this side. But as I say, I think they might be watching the people at camp. Good morning, Picasso. So wonderful to hear from you. You would like to know, are quillias seasonal or migratory? So that is actually an interesting question because it depends on, it depends on the area you find them in, and then of course the rainfall. So large scale movements can really occur throughout range. But in some areas, you'll actually find seasonal migrations. So, it's a bit of a bit of both. But as I say, it really does depend on the area you are looking at and the rainfall throughout that year. So, but you can, for the most part, it's seasonal to, give you a direct answer. But again, sometimes it could be migratory depending on the time of year, as well as as well as the area or the region that you find them in. And hopefully we'll get to see some elephants today in Okokoyo. I definitely think we are due for some. And I mean, if I'm being very, very spoiled and picky, I would love to see that herd with a brand new baby. Last week we saw a big herd, probably easily 30 individuals, but the one female was still sort of separated from the group, even though she was moving with them. You know, she still separated herself from the tiny one a little bit, and I guess at most that baby was probably maybe like 2 days old. So it would be wonderful to see them again, but we have no idea where they are, what they are doing. That is also the other thing I love about Okokoyo. You know, sometimes the animals just show up and you're like, what is that? Is that really a lion, or is that really an elephant? They just sort of come out of nowhere, even though you would think you would see them coming from so far away. They really do just rock up and say, surprise! And these Quillias are just having the best time today. It really is just, I don't know about you guys, but I really can watch them for hours. It is just so, I almost want to say it's hypnotic when you watch Quillias. Because it seems unreal that so many tiny birds know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and it makes it seem like this huge cloud of dust. And of course, if you have not heard the good news, we are definitely getting into the spirit of Christmas and the holiday season. So, of course, we can't wait for our festive games to continue. And our Christmas-themed bingo boards will be filled with the turtle doves, the leaping leopards, the prancing zebras, and even a fish eagle in a dead tree. So, of course, every sunset drive for the next 12 days will be filled with holiday fun, and the winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. So we are on day 3 today. Yesterday, Ben won fairly quickly, I have to say. I think he had the right mindset. He just said he's not going to look for anything specific or have a specific plan. He's just going to let it happen naturally, and he was the winner for bingo yesterday. So please do join us for that until Christmas. Every sunset drive we will be having a lot of fun, and as you know, our naturalists are super competitive. Yesterday I was actually having such a laugh on Sunset Safari because Cedric gets so competitive. He gets he almost goes into a trance of, you know, he has to win. And I really enjoyed Chris. When he found the wild dogs, he was like, I don't care about bingo anymore. It's I've won my own personal bingo now, so it really is a lot of fun. And I have to say, you know, when you do put a goal for yourself to focus on the smaller things and to look for the smaller things, it really does change your mindset a lot for safari again. And you start focusing on, oh yes, but there are smaller things in nature as well, and there are other things to look at as well. And this is a mistake all of us makes, not just at a certain location or a certain naturalist, I think anyone that is a wildlife enthusiast, you tend to get excited about the elephants and the rhinos and the lions and leopards. But as soon as you just sort of broaden your horizons and your expectations, then Mother Nature is just like, all right, you've been a good boy or you've been a good girl. Here are all of your Christmas presents. Crystal, good morning. You would like to know what is the average distance the elephants will travel to Ukukweyo? I mean, that's a difficult question because, of course, we don't know where they are coming from. From here to the tree line there in the back, believe it or not, it seems very far away, but it is actually not that far away. If I had to guesstimate, I would say it's probably at most, let's say, give or take 500 meters to a kilometer away. But that being said, we don't know where the elephants are coming from when they do travel here. And from what we've been seeing, in comparison to when I first started here a couple of months ago, we would see elephants every single day. And it's the same with Mashatu and Juma, but of course then we didn't have proper rainfall yet. So with that being said, a lot of animals tend to venture further away, specifically elephants, for instance, with a tiny, tiny baby. They can't travel that far yet with that tiny baby. They know that little one can't carry all of, or can't, go through all of that. It's still learning to walk. It's still learning to keep up. So it really does depend where they are coming from. But elephants, of course, are very resourceful animals and very resilient. I mean, elephants really can travel tens of hundreds of kilometers to get to water if they need to. I know I watched a documentary with my mom the other day, and just look at these kurus. And the elephants literally traveled hundreds of kilometers to get to this. It was the weirdest scene, to get to this area where there were these palm trees, and the elephants knew exactly when those trees were fruiting, and you would have the big bull coming to the tree and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And the interesting thing was the fruit that fell, the elephants that were present at that time did not eat all of the fruits. They ate a little bit and they left again, which sort of begs the question, did they leave it because, it's just, okay, well, that's how many fell off? Did they leave it for other future elephants? Why did they do it that way? Did they leave it for themselves? Oh, what's happening? Why are you guys all jumpy? Could they potentially have left it for other elephants that might come to that area that might not yet be as strong as that bull was? Because it really was a massive elephant. It was a tusker. And it was so fascinating to me. But as I say, elephants specifically. And, it really does differ every single day. I remember when we tracked elephants on the reserve where I worked, in the winter it really was tricky, because in the winter time they would sort of stick to one area, but as soon as the first rains come, they can literally be anywhere from the northeast to the southwest. And sometimes they can be in one area for 3 days. Sometimes they can move 3 kilometers in 1 hour. It really does depend on, the situation. And again, even if we know the situation, you don't know what's going on in those animals' minds. So to get to Ukukoyo, it really would, you would have to know where that elephant just came from. How long has it been traveling? What's its circumstances? When last did it drink? Because elephants are, of course, water-dependent animals, and they need to drink a lot of water. They can drink anything from 50 liters to 200 liters of water a day. So it really does depend. But, of course, this is a wonderful season for the animals. There's a lot of moisture in fruits and berries and stuff like that as well. So it really does depend. That is definitely my mission for this year, or for 2023, is to get to Ukukoyo. And I really would love to go on a bushwalk and just, venture off and see what happens out there and what is it really like out here. Because I personally have not been to Ukukoyo myself. My mother went there last year on a trip. And, she shared many of her adventures and everything, but I would love to experience it for myself. So I just want to see something. I think it's probably just the jackal that was moving here. Oh, there it is. Yes. Just wanted to make sure. As you know, I like to always just double check as opposed to saying, no, it's nothing. And then we might miss something. Ooh. There's quite a few kudus here. I think these are the most kudus I've seen at once here at the Ukukoyo Waterhole. This has got to be one of the most beautiful animals and antelope that Africa has to offer. And you can see there's a youngster. It's not a calf or baby, but it is definitely a younger kudu. Man alive, can you imagine carrying those horns on your head? Now, of course, a kudu is a very sturdy animal, but still, it just always amazes me how they manage to do that. Jeez, it's like there's a morning meeting now. Everyone is... Oh, but you know what it is. Today is a public holiday, so they probably slept in late. And now they are only waking up. They all seem to be focusing to this one side, but I think, as I say, I think they might just be hearing some of the actual people. But it's definitely interesting, you know, every now and again, specifically the kurus, of course. They just keep looking this way. Oh, just look how tiny that one kuru is in comparison to the others. And remember, as we are watching these beautiful, majestic animals here in Okokweyo, just like in all of our other locations, we are completely live and we would love to hear from you. We really are thrilled that you are joining us on this journey, and of course, you know, Escape to Nature just allows us to immerse ourselves even more and just listen and sit back and just relax and enjoy everything in and around us. But that being said, we really would love to hear from you. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything you would like to specifically chat about, for those of you that know me, you know I love a good discussion about literally anything. I hate small talk, I have to be honest with you. So anytime we can have a proper discussion about anything you would like, I'm always keen. So let me know. Let me know what you're doing for the holiday season. Will you still be joining Wild Earth every single day for safari? Are you going away with your family? Are you having a bit of a staycation? I'm still contemplating if I should go away or not. Still a challenge for me to decide that one. And just to keep everyone posted, you are probably wondering what is happening in the beautiful Mashatu, but just to keep you all posted, yesterday we had quite a severe storm, a rainstorm, and we suspect, you know, that did affect the camera a little bit, so we are definitely working on it, trying to get back to Mashatu. So just so that you are aware, we have not forgotten about our beautiful Mashatu. But of course, you know, we can't we can't control everything. Once again, Mother Nature, you know, every now and again just reminds us, yes, your technology is adorable, but this is what I can do. I just want to show you, the weather is very strange in Okokweyo. I never know what to make of it. So just bear with me. We are quickly going to do a bit of a weather session. So that is definitely rain clouds. But every single time I've seen that in Okokweyo, you know, it has just literally passed over. I've never had an actual rainstorm or just even rain here in Okokweyo. But of course it does happen. But we shall see. Hopefully. Well, either way, I mean, I would be pretty happy if there's rain, if there's sunshine. Either way, it will still be brilliant. That is what I love about Okokweyo. Eagle lover, you are saying hi. Nice to have me back. Thank you. Nice to hear from you too. You would like to know that do they pump water into the waterhole at Ukokoyo? So I mean, the thing is, with it is a man-made waterhole, so the possibility is there for to happen should it need to happen. But that being said, and this is not just Ukokoyo, this is any reserve really you look at. When there is a man-made waterhole, people try to keep it off as long as they could, to personally have to fill up a waterhole. Or I remember at my former lodge as well, the only reason we really always, because we had a waterhole literally at the lodge in front and there was no fencing or anything, so any animals could come there. And the only reason we always kept it filled up is, for the prettiness of it, because people sat on that deck and ate and everything. But luckily it was very rarely necessary. So it's the same for a lot of man-made waterholes that you will find on reserves and in parks, etc., etc. People really do postpone it as long as they can, because the thing is, you also don't want animals to become dependent on you. You don't want animals to constantly have to come back, specifically not yet Ukokoyo, but like in an area where there are people close by constantly, or situations like that. So you try and postpone it as long as you can. But yes, I suspect if we don't get some rain soon, then they will need to make a plan. But I can't really say. It's, I'm trying to judge now, and the water level has definitely dropped, since a couple of months ago. It's a tricky. I'm trying to contemplate now. It's really a tricky situation. It's like anything in nature, If you see an injured animal, do you help it? Do you not help it? Where do you draw the line? Because we don't want animals to become dependent on us, but also in the same breath, we do want to assist animals, and ensure their well-being and their survival. So it really is a tricky question.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
And if you have just joined us, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. We are just looking in center screen. That black dot in the tree we suspect is a Varoo eagle. Unfortunately, it's a little bit far away for me to give you an exact, idea on the bird, but I suspect it's a Varoo eagle. Definitely would make some sense. But I'm just trying to remember now if I've actually ever seen a Varoo eagle in my life. I don't recall that I have. I think maybe I should go check in my diaries. And I'm actually one of those strange people that writes absolutely everything down. I can tell you what I saw this day 5 years ago on which reserve. I think it's a bad and a good habit. You sort of obsess over it eventually, but it's always a good reference. I think that's what we can do tomorrow. I'll bring all of my diaries and then you can I can inform you on some of my crazy sightings that I've had and some of my scary sightings as well. Maybe that's something we can chat about tomorrow if you are interested. It's always a good reference for me as well, because you really do forget about a lot of things. That's why I always say it's so important to take photographs as well. Of animals, but I think also of people. Memories are really, really good. It's always a good reference to sort of go back and say, oh yes, we did see this bird. Or because I definitely think if I saw a Varoo eagle, I would have, it also depends, I guess, on the time, if I had my camera or not. But I think I would have taken a photo. But I've got a lot of jackal photos and jackal sightings and a lot of precious jackal memories, as well as zebras. I don't have a lot of springbok and oryx memories, that much I can tell you. I personally have not guided in areas that really consists of those species. But wildebeest, zebras, lions, rhinos, those I all have good stories about, good memories. I just want one wildebeest to have a baby, just one. I'm not asking all of you, just even if you don't have it on camera, just bring us a baby. Trisha, you would like to know what is a Varoo eagle's closest relative. Goodness. You are asking me a very good question now. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I will definitely research it for you, but I'm trying to think now if it would be an owl, the Varoo eagle owl, or if it would be an actual other eagle. I will definitely research it for you. That is a very good question. Thank you, Trisha. And like Trisha, you are more than welcome to also ask me questions. Hopefully I can answer them. But we don't know everything. You can be a naturalist for 50 years and still not know everything. There's always going to be a question that someone asks you, because we all function differently. We all think about things differently. The other day, someone also asked me something brilliant, and I was like, it makes so much sense, but I've never thought of that. I haven't asked myself that question. And that is why we appreciate and we need all of you so much, to also expand our knowledge. Because we're not just here to teach and preach and, this is the lesson for the day, there you go. We also want to learn, and we also want to take in as much as we can. Sorry, I just always want to check this tree, because sometimes they're like sitting in it. The black-headed heron. And the crows, of course. The very annoying crows. Alrighty, well, I'm going to quickly send the elephants an email. I will try to get a hold of the lions as well, but I don't know if they are already on holiday, who knows. But while I do so, I'm going to send you over to Lauren in Madikwe.
Good afternoon. We have just been watching two net-winged beetles mating, which has been utterly fascinating, but sadly they have stopped, and the weaver has also left its nest. But let's just hold tight. This weaver has been utterly fascinating this morning. I'm going to tell you what it's been up to. I am Lauren. I do have Davy on camera, but we're just going to stay on the weaver nest this now, just so we don't miss it. And we are coming to you live from Tower Dam in the northwest corner of Madikwe Game Reserve. Now this weaver actually started a new nest, and we've been watching him start in the circle. That nest that you're looking at actually starts as an empty circle, almost like a hula hoop. And I thought, this is great, we're going to film this, we're going to watch him do the whole thing. And he just appeared to get upset and tear it down. And that's what weavers do. If they're not happy with their craftsmanship and they just think, nope, this is just not right, it's not going to impress any of the ladies, then they just tear it down. So it's now gone. And I don't know if it's the same weaver or another weaver, but they have been working hard on this one that you're looking at right now. So I just want to give it another minute or two, because there's plenty of grass around this dam, and they're snipping off little bits of grass that they like, and then they're coming back and adding it to the nest. Come on, weaver, I know you're around. They're busy guys, let me tell you that. They don't stop. They must sleep really well at night time so that they can just busybody about all day. Ah, here we go. Disappearing right inside. Did you see that? Completely gone. Wow. There's no other bird I love to watch more than a southern masked weaver. No other bird. Maybe Missy's Wiggin chicks. I treat them like family. But otherwise, okay. Let's just hold tight again. I feel like you should be starting a new nest, Mr. Weaver. Escape to Nature is all about letting the wildlife come to you. So we are just going to hold tight on this nest, because he's going to come back. Here we go. And for many animals, when we look at reproductive strategies, we do often talk about maternal care. And when we talk about parental care, we're normally thinking about the mom. And that is because in most species, quite simply, eggs are more costly, take more energy to produce, they're bigger, they contain a lot more energy themselves, and sperm is not so costly to produce, and it comes in great quantities. That's the fundamental sort of difference right there. But it's never as simple as that. And this weaver here, he's doing his bit. It may not look like it. I mean, if you think about it, there's no real dating apps or social media for these animals. They've got to advertise themselves. They've got to just get out there and say, hey ladies, this nest is the one for you. This nest is the best nest you've ever seen. I put all my hard work into it because I'm so great. I've got great genes, and you want to have your babies with me, and they're going to live in this nest. So he puts a lot of hard work into it, and he's actually creating a nest that is really sort of intricately made, but it's tight. It's got a sort of suitable microclimate inside. It's almost weatherproof. Okay, not torrential storms, yes, but it's almost weatherproof, and it's actually designed quite adaptively to minimize any effects of parasites and to keep the offspring safe. The chicks develop inside there. Inside that tiny little nest is where the weaver chicks develop. And it really is, unless it's the most torrential storm, it really is suitable for all weather conditions. So that's him doing his bit. They're not monogamous, and he doesn't go any further in his parental care. But I think it's important to note that that's his investment, and it's actually a huge investment. Yes, he's doing it to a lot of ladies. He's making nests for a lot of females. But still, he's making the nest where that female can be safe. She can incubate. The chicks are safe. The eggs are safe. And that's his investment. Parental care in general sort of refers to the level of investment provided by the mother and the father. And the father, we can't forget about that, to ensure the development and survival of any offspring. So you've often got to look at, although it may not be how we view it from a human perspective, you've also got to look at what the males in the animal kingdom are actually doing for the investment of their offspring. Some birds, the males are way more active. The males incubate, the males do most of the hunting and feeding. Really depends on what species you're talking about, but when it does happen for weavers, you really can't knock his efforts. He's trying really hard here. And biparental care, joint parental care, is actually the most common form in birds, believe it or not, especially the passerines. I mean, 90% of birds are said to be monogamous, but let's just say that's not always the case. I guess it depends on how you define monogamy. There's some fascinating study in monogamy in the animal kingdom. Not always entirely what you think it is. But you do get social monogamy, you get sexual monogamy, you get lifetime bonds, you get all different sorts of monogamy. You get birds that come together just for the breeding season and in part. You get birds that come together every breeding season and in part. And then, of course, you get pairs that stay together forever. Now, where have you gone, Weaver? I want to see you one more time. Starbuck, if only we could answer that. How do we know how? How do we know? I guess we don't. I would imagine that it's very much wired into the sort of DNA of being a weaver. Because these chicks are not taught. So when you're a weaver, you're not taught how to weave. There's no sort of father saying, hello, son. You're now of the age where we are going to teach you to weave. So I would imagine it's very intrinsic. It's sort of part of what a weaver is. The essence of the entire species is to weave these really intricate nests. It'll involve a lot of practice. Trust me, this weaver that we just watched tore down that new nest is gone. So he's obviously still not happy with what he's producing. And I wonder, and this is just speculation, Starbuck, I do wonder if there is an element of observation. If there's an element of sort of what, here comes. Watching what others do. But you're not going to get the sort of fine skills from that. So I think it's very innate. Just like a cuckoo, the sort of bird that parasitizes, and then all of a sudden when it grows up in the nest of another bird and it's reared and cared for by another species, it's still a cuckoo. And it still goes on to behave a cuckoo, and then it still goes on to parasitize another bird's nest when it is ready to lay its own eggs, because it's innate, it's born within. So that's what I would think is very much born within a weaver, but there may be elements of external observations and definitely a whole lot of practice. But it's a good question. I often wonder that. How do animals know how? I even remember following our leopard, who was princess in my time. I guess now she's queen. Princess Tlalamba. I still call her that because she's my princess. But just watching her, thinking, she's gone through cub, now a sub-adult. Now she's ready to be a dominant female leopardess. How does she know that her body is ready to mate? How does she know how to mate? How does she know how to seek a mate? There's all these questions, but a lot of it is innate, it's intrinsic. There will be cues as well. There'll be biological cues, physiological cues, all sorts of things that are telling the body to behave that way. And of course, these weavers only do this when it's breeding season. When they're old enough to breed, they sort of come into their breeding plumage, and then they start behaving this way. Females don't behave this way, and the non-breeding males don't really behave this way unless they're practicing. I have actually watched males in their non-breeding plumage practice at Twin Dams, thinking, I've got a year to build these nests to impress the ladies. I better get to work. And I'm reading a fantastic book. I can't say the name, I'm afraid. It's pretty appalling, but it is by Lucy Cook. And the name definitely catches your attention in the bookshop, but it's all about the differences of the sexes, and it really is worth reading because it goes into all the sort of reproductive differences in the animal kingdom. We're just still going to keep sitting watching this weaver until he disappears entirely. The agility, the skill blows my mind. They're just such joyous birds to watch, and it just so happens that they're so wonderfully coloured. Look at that colour palette. But the sounds around this dam right now are incredible, so let's just sit for a moment or two and watch this weaver hard at work. Isn't this just so fascinating? Oh, he's disappeared. We now have something else to show you that's arrived at the dam, but you may see Tau Game Lodge in the background. We are on our deck, and just very briefly you may see it. This wonderful dam is right at the lodge, but we have 2 new boys in town. Again, parental care. That seems to be my theme for today. Because male ostriches also invest a really high level of paternal care. And for those of you who have been following Wild Earth, you may know of the male ostrich at Amakala, who appeared to raise the chicks. When I first found him, when we sort of first started at Amakala, there just seemed to be no female present whatsoever, no mum. And I'm sure there were 3. I'm pretty sure it was Papa and his 3 chicks. And he just raised them, protected them, looked after them, they followed him, and everyone was quite blown away by this. And you have to ask why. Why were we blown away? And people are blown away because it was quite a visual, obvious example of paternal care. And that is just not that common for people to talk about. But there absolutely are species in the animal kingdom where the male invests just as much, or if not more, in raising the offspring. Justin, absolutely. I think what you're asking is not entirely correct though. So I just explained what parental care is, and it is the sort of level of involvement into raising the offspring, ensuring that your level of involvement and investment. So investment is energetic investment. How much of your own energetic budget are you eating into to protect and raise your offspring? Albeit eggs or actual sort of hatchlings or cubs or lambs or foals, whatever you're talking about, level of investment and involvement to ensure that there's development, so that's obviously referring to the egg stage, and survival of your offspring. All male and females of any species in the entire world, from a nudibranch to a mollusk to an octopus to an ostrich, weavers, leopard, all want their offspring to survive. That's what life in the animal kingdom is all about. You want your lineage, your genes to survive, to continue on your bloodline. There's absolutely no point in reproducing if your offspring don't survive. Now, of course, that happens in the animal kingdom. We know that. But if none of your offspring ever survive, there's absolutely no point. So when it comes to parental care, it's about levels. So there isn't sort of labels, which is what I think you're possibly asking for. It's just all about levels. So you would have to use real specific examples. You do get biparental care that I touched on earlier, which is sort of equal investment of both sexes. Now, when I say equal, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're both doing the same thing, but it's equal investment. They're both putting in just as much effort, if you like. So we call that biparental care, but otherwise it really differs across the board when you look at what organisms are doing for their offspring. And the reason for me the weaver is such a great example is because he's just building a nest. And that could be easily overlooked as not parental care, but it absolutely is. It's an investment for the development of his offspring. And it's a huge investment. It takes a large proportion of the weaver's energy budget every single day for him to make these sort of really intricate nests. But that can be easily overlooked because he's not incubating, he's not hunting and feeding. So therefore, people would assume, there's no level of investment, but there is, and it's in the development stage. But is it by parental care? Is it equal? No, it's not equal. So I think you've got to look at it, each species being completely different, and it's tightly woven with the social structure. When you look at a species' social structure, then you can sort of determine what the level of parental care will be from both the male and the female. And obviously within mammals, the females do give more parental care, and that's because they are the ones that produce milk. Quite simple. Males do not produce milk. And a mammal is a mammal mostly due to that sort of milk production. But good question, but there isn't sort of categories of parental care. You would have to break it down on a per species basis. And it's funny because there's lots of examples of genetic testing in songbird nests. And obviously these nests are monitored, and they test the mum for genetics and the dad for genetics, and then they'll test the chicks. And believe it or not, even in those socially monogamous species, most of them show that the father who is raising them and investing all of his energy into protecting and caring for his young isn't even the father. Ouch. So socially monogamous females are known to sometimes cheat. So she obviously has a bond, a monogamous bond with the male, but that's not always the one who's going to be the father of her chicks. Exactly the same in fish, especially angelfish, butterfly fish. They're also monogamous on the reef. But sometimes the males will wait until the female's very, very busy doing something else, dart off and mate with another lone female. It's all very naughty. So monogamous isn't always what you think. But basically, when you look at the social structure, that will give you a good indication of the level of parental care. Seahorses, they're a great example because the male carries the eggs. If you ever watch a seahorse, sort of when the eggs hatch, it's the male that's carrying them in his little pouch. But let's not forget, it's not the male who's making them. The female used all her energy to make the eggs. They'll spend a lot of time courting, a lot of energy goes into courting between seahorses, and then the female actually deposits her eggs inside his pouch. So he's carrying them, but she made them. And his pouch, believe it or not, is utterly fascinating. It's a real complex organ that actually regulates temperature inside the pouch, blood flow, salinity, the water salinity of the ocean and surrounds, for these eggs to hatch. So that when they do hatch, they're little seahorses ready to rock and roll in the ocean. There's lots of theories as to why this happens. And one sort of theory is that it gives seahorses the ability to create more babies quickly. So she's producing the eggs very energetically, costly, and she's doing all the work in that aspect. But once she deposits into the male, she's handing the role over to him. It's your turn now, you look after them, I'm going to go away and produce more eggs so we can have more babies. So he's carrying, she's creating. And that makes sense in terms of survival of the species. It's fascinating when you boil down, and there are so many different examples of things that are not very linear or fluid in the animal kingdom when it comes to the sexes. Things are not so straight and easy to define as we think. Crystal, you're so welcome. So you love learning from me. I do like to research all different types of topics. I get bored very quickly, and that's actually not a positive thing. I can also have negative aspects to that. And I just love to study. There's so many fascinating books out there with tons of research by authors that have just really gone into great depth at breaking things down. And that Lucy Cook book I really do recommend. You read it and you think, wow. I think there's so much more about the animal kingdom that we have to learn about in our natural world. We're only scratching the surface. But thank you, Crystal. I appreciate your compliment.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
You know, it's just the grass here is so green. It's almost sickly green, like you would have to pump down the saturation if you took a photo. And these boys just really stand out. I absolutely love the really rich black color of ostrich feathers in the males, of course. The females would blend in a little bit easier. And a lot of what we talk about on Drive boils down to ecology. And I even studied ecology at university. I didn't copy my director there, but I will come back to that point. And for now, we're going to send you over to another live location.
Jeez, those weavers really are something to look at. But I've got something to show you, and it's a nunu. Just bear with me. It's It's a baby oryx. I don't know why it's so far away from its parents. Or its mom at least. No, tiny one. The wildebeest is not your mom. So yes, I actually saw this animal coming towards the water hole, and it sort of chased away the crows and everything, and I thought, that's an interesting impala or springbok. And then upon looking closer, I saw it's a baby oryx, but still very tiny. This is the tiniest I've seen at Okokoyo. So it might still be very new to the world. Just getting to know its surroundings. You must go to your mom, little one. Oh, and it is just so tiny and precious. And again, it's it's got different coloration to Woo! Oh goodness, okay. I scare the crow scares my mom. Off we go. But very, very different coloration to the adults. Of course, also not big horns yet. And that is merely for camouflage. And again, that's just our humanly interpretation of it. It could be for a completely different biological even reason. Oh, but it's still so tiny. I'm just very surprised that it's so independent. So, of course, yesterday we did have a female oryx, and to me, I speculated, that she might potentially have given birth, and then along came a male, and she took off eventually. So it might be that tiny one. You can see this little one is not very confident on its legs yet. But that might not at all have been the case yesterday. I always say, if you are not there, you do not know if it happened and why it happened and how it happened. And that goes for anything, I guess. Anything in life, but specifically with animals, even if you come across a lion with a kill, if you did not see that lion taking down that animal, you don't know what happened. It might have stolen it from a leopard. The animal might have been dead already. There's so much speculation that we can do out here. So, as I say, I would say this is still a very new baby. You can see the horns are still very tiny. But I do not have the mom on social media. I did not see the post of, her having her baby. So, so I cannot tell you. But I think it's still a very fresh baby. It's definitely the smallest we've seen yet at Okokoyo, to my knowledge. It's definitely very interesting. It's almost like the mother is following the youngster. It's not, the other way around that we see generally with baby animals. And yesterday I did mention I don't have a lot of experience with oryxes. I can tell you a lot of facts about them, that I've read about them, that I've researched about them, but in terms of actually knowing them by working with them and experiencing and observing them, not a lot of experience. So that is really what I love about what we do in general, but specifically Okokoyo. There's a lot of new animals that I too am getting to know, a lot of new dynamics. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know, it's always good to learn, it's always good to ask questions. And it definitely is always alright to say, you know what, I'm not sure, but let's find out together. Let's explore that together, that behavior or that interaction. And it's interesting because now I'm asking, you know, is it really his mom at the back? Or is his mom one of the other two? It's not like zebras, you know, where you can definitely see it. And we know that the foals imprint on the mother's stripe pattern, etc. But of course, you know, animals have brilliant senses. They can smell certain things, and I think they just sort of know. You know, I was wondering now with the weavers as well, with Lauren, how does that bird know I built that nest? That is my nest. Is it perhaps a certain pheromone that it picks up? Does it just know the location? Does it perhaps know, yes, I I weave in that manner, that is definitely my nest. Oh, these quillias are just loving the show today. Not camera shy for anything or anyone. What is this baby doing? It's very interesting. I think the one following it is the mom. But it's just very interesting. Why is she following it? Well, I am very glad I got to show you the little one. Brief but beautiful. Like a lot of sightings here in Okukoyo, and that is the main thing, you know, specifically with most of the other animals. Often we see with the springbok, they tend to stick around for the day, even the oryxes. But I imagine with a tiny one like that, she's probably going to go hide it somewhere. But all of the animals, you know, they really do come and go. And sometimes it's several times a day. It really does depend. But it also would make sense if you think about it. There's not a lot of shade out here. So they can't just, you know, sort of stick around the water hole for the whole day. That's why they'll drink a little bit, carry off, go and forage or browse or graze, whatever it is that they do. And then they will come back again. Because as I said, that tree line looks very far, but it's actually not that far. Specifically off to the left, it's not all that far. Oh, and I truly wish I could be here with all of you, you know, just to watch these animals in real life and smell everything going on around them, and, you know, have a herd of elephants come, and as soon as they start stirring the water and everything, getting that fresh smell of muck and mud and everything. Imagine these quillias flying past you. Just want to see if we can take one last look at that tiny oryx before it disappears completely. There they go. Very interesting. As I say, it's different when you read about something, but observing it for the first time, you know, getting to know it yourself. For me personally, this is the first time seeing the interaction between a baby oryx and its mother. And it's very, very fascinating, don't you think, that it's leading the way and the mother is just very patiently following. I just want to have a look at that one oryx lying down. That is not something we see too often. Of course, it does happen. Animals rest. They regurgitate, save their energy. But for me personally, this is not something I've seen yet at Ukokoyo. An oryx lying down in the middle of nowhere. And of course, sexual dimorphism is definitely tricky with them, specifically when it's just sitting down, because both male and female do have horns. It's not something as obvious like, for instance, an impala, you know, where just the male has horns. Both of them do have horns, so telling male from female is a little bit tricky. Sorry for that. I just want to make sure, see if we can see anything. And again, you never know. As I say, this could even be a male. I'm not sure. But it might be a female. And you know, that is also something I generally don't like to say, is that, you know, this animal always gives birth standing or standing up or lying. I think it really does depend on the animal. So it might be that this is a female, you know, she's a little uncomfortable, might just be lying down. As I say, it could just be a male. I have no idea. It's a little bit difficult to actually tell the sex just by seeing it like this, specifically if it is lying down. But I will definitely keep an eye on that oryx, at least now we know of it. But whilst we are waiting for the animals, just a kind reminder about the hangout with James Henry, the legend himself. Of course, you know, we do know that you have all really been enjoying the Wild Show, and we are really happy to hear that and very appreciative of all of you. And I'm sure all of you have questions, many questions to James. So he will be doing a Wild Show hangout for explorers only on Sunday, the 18th of December 2022. So not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. And this will be happening at 8 p.m. Central African time. And of course, you know, if you have any questions for him or anything, you're gonna be able to send all of those through, and hopefully you can get through all of the questions. I know a lot of people probably have a question or two for him. But definitely do join us for that, please. That'll happen on Sunday, the 18th of December, 8 p.m. Central African time. We really do look forward to the legend himself. Of course, you know, he has been with Wild Earth quite some time, and we know he is a favorite to many. So yes, do join us then, and you are more than welcome to ask some questions, get in touch. Just want to sort of keep a close eye on this oryx. As I say, it's not, for me personally, I haven't seen this before. Of course, animals do rest, they do take breaks. But here at Ukukoyo, for the most part, the animals just sort of come and go the whole time. It's not often that you'll see them actually lying down. I think the only animals I have seen lying down was black rhino and lions. And a baby elephant. Carrie, you would like to know why are the trees in the background so green if there hasn't been rain? There has been some rain. Don't get me wrong, there has definitely been some rain. But also, when it comes to when you go into, studying biomes, and of course biomes is, the different trees you'll find in a certain area, and that is based on the geology you find there, the soil types, the minerals, the nutrition resources you'll find there for the vegetation that actually does occur there. You have to take all of that in consideration. Plus, a lot of trees are evergreens. I have actually tried before, to sort of study those trees specifically in the tree line. It is a little bit tricky with them. That is why I want to go on a bushwalk in Okokoyo. But it's a little bit tricky from where we are, of course, with a damn camera. But that being said, a lot of trees are evergreen, so they never shed their leaves in the winter time. Because of course we know trees, they get rid of their leaves in the winter time as a means of storing their extra and the little bit nutrition that they do have left. They'll store that in the roots so they don't constantly have to keep feeding the leaves. But that being said, there has been some rain, don't get me wrong, there just hasn't been a lot of rain yet. So, but as I say, every now and again it does threaten a little bit. But for me personally, on the dam camera itself, I've never actually seen rain here in Okokoyo. I've seen a lot of tempting storms approaching, but it never actually happening. But, you would have to go into a lot of things with regards to, excuse me, just had a frog in my throat, with regards to the actual geology of this area. And that is truly, as I say, that is why I would love to visit Okokoyo for myself, because again, you can read a lot of things, but no one's going to tell you what tree, every single tree is in that tree line in the background online or in a book. I think that is something that has to be discovered for yourself, and I'm definitely going to be doing that within the next year or so. But also, considering all of that, Okokoyo is, of course, the largest salt lake in Africa. So all of these white rocks, everything you see around, there's a lot of minerals around the animals around us right now. And that, of course, is one of the major contributing factors that the animals really can survive so well out here. Because they've got a lot of minerals. There's a lot of things around that we don't even realize that they might be getting energy and nutrition from. So, but definitely a good question. And I mean, if you look at it, with the trees around, you would think, what tree would want to grow out here amongst these rocks? It doesn't look like, it looks like the moon glorified. But again, the excuse me, the minerals, the geology, everything definitely plays a very big role. I remember on my former reserve in the Greater Kruger, we had a lot of red oxidized sandstone around as well. And that is also a huge mineral for a lot of trees, and some trees do not thrive so well within that sort of soil. But it really does depend, and like anything else in nature, like the animals, nature itself, trees, plants, everything truly is so resilient. I'm sure you've seen, it's going to be a weird example now, but I'm sure you've seen, in a crack of a rock, there's a plant coming out or something like that. Plants, literally any organism out in nature is very resilient and very adaptable. And that is what I often say. We tend to underestimate Mother Nature and think, we've always got the upper hand, but that is not at all the case. I'm sure many of you saw in lockdown how everything was just thriving, even in the city areas or the concrete jungles itself. There were new plants sprouting in places that you never even knew there were roots that existed for that potential. there were a lot of animals, that came out more, that thrived more. And that just really, again, goes to show that we are really, I don't know, we're sort of invading their space and not their yes, their privacy, but just their habitat in itself. Jeez, these koalas are loving the camera today. Does not matter where we go with it, they always make a plan to, somehow. Here we are. And if you are wondering, it is also the koalas that are that noisy. And again, that just makes me wonder, what are they saying? Is they just a couple of them that's giving orders and everyone is like, hooray, let's go to the water? Or is it? And, somehow they must understand each other. Amongst all of that chatter going on, they obviously understand each other and all of them know exactly what's going on. All of them know exactly when it's the time to fly, when it's the time to stop at the water. It really sort of, I don't know, it breaks my brain. It's, as I say, some things are not meant to even be understood out here. It's just meant to be appreciated and, of course, greatly, greatly, greatly respected. And again, just look at that oryx. He's so chilled out. I mean, I would need a new pair of underpants. Not that animals wear underpants, but if this huge black cloud, just came towards me and the oryx is just like chilling. Can you imagine how loud it must be for that oryx? All of that chirping, right there by your ear.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
It appears that our oryx was just waiting for its friend to pick it up. Well, that's sad. I was hoping we might see something, but nevertheless. Lenny, good, I almost said afternoon, we're almost there. Good morning. You would like to know, have I ever seen a topi in person, being a tsetse? I just have to think now. Just give me a second, because I might mix it up with something else I'm thinking of. Not an animal per se, but I used to work for someone that, regulates the sightings in various national parks, etc., etc., and often the sightings would be tsetse. So I'm just making sure my brain is not rambling or mixing it up now, but I don't think so, no. Tsetse myself. I'm lying, I have. On a friend's farm, they have tsetse there. And this was in 2018 when I came back from Disney. We went to the farm, we had a getaway, just embraced Africa again, as we have not seen it for a year long. But in terms on actual safari, I have not seen a tsetse for myself, no. And you, I assume if you say you love them, you have seen them for yourself. But no, you see, that's the thing. We can always broaden our experience and our sightings and just absolutely everything. There's always going to be something you haven't seen. I remember when when you would get guests for, let's say, 3 nights at the lodge. And let's say they are from Brazil, it's their very first safari. Then often they would say, okay, we want to see the big 5. So then eventually, you don't rush for it, but you manage to show them the big 5. Then they say, okay, now we want to see lions hunting. Now we want to see a baby elephant. Now we want to see rhinos mating and leopards fighting. And so there's always going to be an interaction that you are yearning for and that you are longing for. As I said, for me, tsetse on safari I haven't seen yet. Oryx out in the wild I haven't seen for myself yet. So there's definitely always something that we can still see. Rhinos mating, I haven't seen that yet. I know Lauren hasn't seen a birth yet. Yesterday we were anxiously awaiting a red hartebeest giving birth, and then we discovered that it had already given birth, and what she saw was in fact just the afterbirth. But even someone as experienced and as qualified as Lauren, for all of us, there's still something that we are yearning for. I think the first time I really have to do my math properly now. The first time I saw my first kill ever was in, what year are we in now? It was in 2020. And it was very interesting. I just had one guest on my vehicle and he wanted to go out for a morning safari again. And so we shot out. And the next thing we saw, 2 female lions taking down a huge kudu. And up to that point, I've been on safari since I could talk to animals before I could talk to humans, probably. And that for me was only the first time I saw my first kill. So it really is, there's always something to look forward to in nature. Whether it's the birth of an animal, whether it's your first kill, as ironic as that is, both of them are fairly big moments. In Afrikaans we call it a mylpaal. I know of a lot of naturalists that have never seen a pangolin in their life. And for me, the area I was guiding in, I was just fortunate to already have seen 20 pangolin sightings in my life. And that I know is a massive privilege. Of course, they are highly endangered. But as I say, I've never seen an oryx. We see it every single day at Okokoyo. It seems like a very common antelopal animal. But I've never seen one for myself in real life on safari in the wild. So definitely always a bucket list that you can have when it comes to animals. Oh wow! These are the most bachelor kudus I've seen together. Not just at Okokoyo even, I think. Yes, I think ever. Sorry for pausing every now and again. Sometimes I really just have to go through my archives and sort of rack the brain. But as I say, you know, even if I were to go through all of my diaries, there will definitely be sightings that I'm like, oh yes, I saw that. Oh, this really is an impressive bachelor group. It's not often that you see this many together. And again, that is a personal perception and opinion. You may have seen various groups like this. We're all going to have different stories when it comes to animals. But what a treat this is. I mean, one kudu bull is already impressive and such a spoil or such a treat from Mother Nature. But to see so many of them together is really magnificent. Oh, and it will be so, so beautiful if they all line up together now and drink water. That truly will be such an iconic African picture. Come, line up. Here we go. It's photo time. Come now, bookies. Machtig. It is safe. It is right now. I can't say that. I don't know. I don't know what's lurking beyond the bushes or beyond the rocks or anything, but with kudus, it's always like an extra cautious and extra slow process. I have to say it's worse than a giraffe. A giraffe as well, they go into that awkward position, of course, when they drink, so they too are very cautious when approaching the water. But sheesh, they don't take 5 years. Come, line up, we are taking photos. Frikkie, Sorrel. Sorry, just bear with me. It sounds like something is walking in the water. It's most probably just a springbok or an oryx. Oh, it was a springbok. Just leaving the water. The water. Oh, man alive, look at this last one coming. Jeez, those horns are majestic. I mean, all of these guys are impressive, but that one, oh wow. No, I think this is definitely by far the most kudus I've seen of this size. Kudu bulls that I've seen together in one group. I mean, sometimes you can see bachelor groups here and there, but as an actual unity or unit coming to the water and just look at that, there's always one keeping an eye out. This is what I said yesterday as well when we had a bit of a preaching moment. Animals always look out for each other, even if it's simultaneously or even if it's just one by one. They always have each other's backs. Just look at the little grebes. Ploops. Ploops. It's adorable. I mean, it's so simple, but it really is so cute when they do that. But just look at this scene. Oh, man. And just notice how they're all standing. They're all sort of covering one area one way or another. Just always listening, making sure they've got an eye open literally in every direction. But again, is it consciously knowing that they are going to be helping one another out? Or is it just sort of like And I think it must be to some extent, because why are they all facing different directions? Why are they taking turns in drinking water? And do they communicate that with one another? Like, Bobby, okay, it's your turn. You go drink water. I'll have a quick look and make sure everything is all right. Do they say that to one another? Is it just an instinct, knowing that, okay, well, I've had my share of water now. I have to keep an eye out. Of course, just watch them now. You're going to see there's going to be a slight rotation. So you'll never have all of them drinking at the exact same time. Oh, wow. You see, this is what I mean about Ukukweyo. And probably about any other location, you know. If you focus on one thing for too long, then you might definitely miss out on something else, whether it's arrived or not. Is that a springbok? I want to be a Sambachapi. The springbok wants to be a kudu today. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Liam in Kariga to see what he's up, and I'm going to see what else I can find for us.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Kariga, where we are watching some resting zebras. They've seemingly purposefully taken up position on the road, which I don't know, it's interesting behavior. I wonder about it because I don't imagine the hard surface of the road to be particularly more comfortable than a nice patch of soft grass. But nonetheless, they've chosen this spot particularly to have a little bit of a midday rest, and doing so while standing up, which is also quite interesting. Regularly used behavior by zebras, resting while standing. It's probably got to do with the fact that the temperature so close to the ground is actually a little bit warm. So to be upstanding on your feet would be certainly a lot cooler than lying down on the ground, that's for sure. And if it were, it would probably be on a nice grassy patch. You can actually see that often with certain birds perched on a bush during the heat of the day, particularly up in Etosha, in fact. And you'll get them sitting on the top of a little bush, and you would think, my goodness, why isn't this little bird decided to go and sit under the shade of a bush? It's chosen to sit right in the open, the blaring heat. And that's because of exactly what I've mentioned now. The temperature is so much more hotter, closer to the ground. Of course, when the sun hits the ground, it's got very little more to go. Some of the radiation seeps into the ground, but for the most part the ground absorbs a lot of that sun's radiation and begins to radiate it back up. And so being close to the ground can be quite hot. So the little bird will decide rather to climb up and sit on top of a little bush where it can catch a bit of a breeze. And the same applies for these zebra over here. I'll be getting a nice soothing breeze on their bellies and undersides, as well as whichever side is facing to the wind. In this case, it would be the left hand side, the eastern side. So yeah, they're enjoying a bit of a breeze. I can see almost all of the zebra out in the plains beyond them, all taking a rest in this midday heat. There's a number of them out there. As well as this herd stallion, again using that head to tail posture. There's even a little one out there getting it. No, is it drinking? No, it's not drinking. It's just resting next to mum. Quite a few antelope out there. Blesbok mostly. Some impala. Even a waterbuck. They haven't made too many appearances in waterbucks, so really nice to see. The drive on the way in. Oh, cutie little warthogs! Look at that! A mum with a little baby piglet. Oh, she's not stopping for anybody there. It's quite interesting. She seems to only have one. I do wonder if she only had one, or has she lost any? They don't usually have single litters, so I suspect something might have got one of her youngsters. Of course, there are, as much as there aren't as many big predators here, there are still predators around nonetheless, and the likes of leopard do exist in all parts of Kariga and other parts of wild areas of southern Africa. Jackals, although that would be a really tough battle for a jackal. It would have to grab and run for its dear life, because a mother warthog wouldn't tolerate a little jackal. What else? Another possibility, vague possibility, is a caracal or African lynx. They are quite formidable predators. They've been known to take up to the size of an impala, and a fully grown one at that, which is truly, that's saber-toothed cat-like. It is pound for pound probably one of the most extraordinary feats for a predator. Yeah, and caracal taking down something the size of an impala, it's be quite a spectacle. So I'm gonna slowly pan to Scotia.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So they seem to be making their way quickly back towards the nest, and I wonder if... Okay, now they've taken a turn now. Excuse me. And I wonder if the black-headed heron who was here the other day might have muddled up a little bit their nest. There's the yellow-billed duck. I'm mixing things up here, or has our little grebe seems to be under the water somewhere. At least one of them. There's another of the yellow-billed ducks that are resident here at Scotia. Looks like they're coming in for a rest on the bank. Okay, so yes, my suspicions were right. The little grebe, one of them has gone back to the nest, which is approximately center of screen. You can see a blacksmith plover on the right, and that little grassy peninsula is where the little grebes have their nest. Now, the other day we had a black-headed heron perched on the nest, which was quite disconcerting. In fact, it was just yesterday. And having a heron on the nest, yeah, it's disconcerting because they are very much a potential predator to a little grebe's chick. So both the parents were keeping their distance from the heron as it stood over the nest, but we later realized that the heron seemed to be simply just using it as a wonderful vantage point to hunt from, and it snapped down to try and catch a fish or a frog of the sort. And in so doing, the Egyptian geese took a disliking to this movement and took off and flew over the heron's head, flushing it away from the nest in what seemed like a heroic moment on the Egyptian goose's part for chasing the heron away from the little grebe's nest. So it was quite a little event that unfolded, and it certainly looks like those little grebes, or at least one of them, had some building material that it was taking to the nest. And certainly from here it seems like it is kind of shifting it and adding it to the nest, shifting it around. So head on back to our yellow-billed ducks. Oops, something in the water that you didn't like there. Well, I can't imagine how it must feel to be swimming around in a body of water where you're not fully sure what could be underneath you. I mean, a very large terrapin could even be a threat to those little ducklings. We seem to always think of the threats that might exist above the water, the likes of a fish eagle, potentially even a heron. A heron is quite a hunter, so a heron would probably nab one of those little ducklings. Various other predators or birds of prey that might be found near water. Ospreys would be a threat, but very often we forget that even a terrapin can be quite a formidable little unassuming predator. There are many instances where terrapins have actually been found to even purposefully ambush certain birds that would come down to drink. So little finches, and they would, position themselves in the spot they could see there were birds active in, and then so positioning themselves to catch a bird. So there we have our female hippo, not so very visible, but that bizarre little shape in the water is indeed a hippo. Mother and a youngster. There's the youngster, keeps on popping its head up. Very small little hippo. Nice, very cool to see. So it seems quite clear that she is not wanting to come out and sun herself as she was doing the other day. And it's probably something to do with the heat, perhaps. So much more comforting to go and rest at the bottom of the waterhole. I always find it amazing, the ability of a hippo to rest in such a place and in such a fashion. It's quite an intriguing behavior that they have. Once they're relaxed and they know that there's no threats around, they will slowly but surely get into a more kind of they'll find a deeper state of sleeping, and that will enable them to automatically come up to the surface in their sleep. So it's kind of a subconscious movement. They run out of oxygen after 5-6 minutes, and then their body goes up their nostrils breach the surface and then they go back down. It's a fascinating bit of behavior. Kellyanne asked the question, what are a hippo's nearest relatives? Now that's always an interesting one, because you think about, and you look at a hippo and you think, well, it's a big four-legged creature that walks on land and partially lives in water, and it is nothing like one would expect. Historically, it was believed to have various ties to the even-toed ungulates which exist on land, but recent science tells us that they are in fact related to dolphins and whales, which is a truly fascinating story in evolutionary history. That means that this mammal has come from the ocean onto the land and now on its way back into a water or aquatic environment, which is a fascinating history if you think about the path of the relatives of hippos. So that's your answer. It is hippos related to whales and dolphins. Kind of wish a hippo had a kind of blowhole on its back of its head. It would be so cool. Just cruising around the river, next minute you see this blow, this air blow, or water spray blow. It really, it's exciting. I don't know if anybody's done some ocean watching, but it really is a lovely time of year. Just not long ago we had the southern right whales coming up the coast in South Africa, and so you can go to the beach, and you can even from the shore in many spots of the country you can watch cetaceans coming past, and just to see those blowholes is those blow sprays is quite an exciting affair. Yeah, so it's lovely, as always, to get questions and comments. So please do share your thoughts. Let's go and see what this Hardy-Dar is up to. Seems to have found what seems like a termite mound. Picking up, no, surely not. Seems too hot for termites to be anywhere near the surface of the land. It certainly looks a little bit like it. Now he's probably got a little soft patch of dirt there on the other side of the mound. So the buffaloes were here earlier this morning, so when they pass by they often leave their lovely dung patties, and inside those dung pats, given the right amount of time, it attracts a good number of insects. So the likes of a Hardy-Dar, and the other day we were also watching some sacred ibises, will move around and attend these dung pats, where they'll be able to snatch up little grubs and fly larvae and dung beetles and all sorts of other creatures that might be attracted to the poo. So it's such an interesting bird, I find, Hadidars. They're so underappreciated, and that's mostly because of the fact that they make a large amount of noise in our cities in many parts of southern Africa, and they're not as warmly welcomed compared to other birds. So yeah, they're not as welcome as other birds, and that's it's because they behave like roosters. They up there at 4:30 in the morning and screaming their lungs out, and in fact they've even been given the nickname the Sandton Rooster, after the suburbs of Johannesburg and Gauteng. And they certainly are this urban equivalent of a rooster, that's for sure. I think they do a better job than a rooster. If a rooster wakes up a couple of animals, Hadidar does twice as well. And make sure that you wake up. But before the expansion of our wonderful grassy lawns and suburbs and parks and gardens, these creatures were very much grassland and forest birds, as you can see here in its natural habitat. And so, yes, you would have found them much more in these kinds of habitats. Even if you look at some of their relatives, the sacred ibises that you get, they're very much found in wetland environments. There are, in other parts of Africa, their relatives which are found deep in forests. And so, yeah, that's the kind of places that they would have been found naturally. And we came along and created a beautiful environment for them to come and live, and so they've expanded and done tremendously well. And so the Hadidar, I believe, stands to remind us that nature will never avoid us. We will never be able to be apart from nature. We are integral to it, and the Hadidar reminds us of that. So, moving on to some slightly larger and not as noisy creatures. The ostrich. I say not as noisy. They still make a noise. In fact, they make a very interesting noise. Ooh, Lola, that's a good one. Do we find cranes in Kariega? Now that's a good one. I'm not entirely sure if they are, and I'm trying to imagine what type of crane you would find here. If anything, I would imagine it to be a blue crane or a crowned crane. Certainly not the wattled. The wattled is much further inland and is found in a select few wetland areas, so not close to the coast in South Africa. And grey crown crane is a possibility, although they need quite a bit of expansive grassland like this, but with wetland associated with it. And then the blue crane is much more widespread than that, and would be also found in the area, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see how it wouldn't be. I've not myself seen any here, but yeah, it would be lovely to see any crane here. Yeah, I definitely picture a crane arriving here, spending a few days, you know, and trying to feed on some insects at certain times of the year. Yeah, they certainly far more common in the interior, and then further up and down, or down the coast for blue crane and up the coast for crown crane. So further east of here for the crown crane towards Durban, and further west for the blue crane. Now I can remember road tripping down the garden route, which pretty much begins here and all the way down to the Cape. And I remember seeing some wonderful spots with blue cranes in the fields, which are always such a pleasant bird to come across. Of course, the blue crane being South Africa's national bird. And they really are elegant creatures, much like an ostrich, just that their feathers are just the way they got the curves, and they dance with them, and they form these beautiful pair bonds, and which are reasserted by those lovely dancers. I think across the world they've inspired many a writer and poet through their ever so graceful presence. But what I wanted to say was actually the ostrich does, as much as it doesn't make a ruckus like a hardy-dar, it does have a call that it gives, which is quite it's not often seen, but more often heard, and it sounds awful lot like a lion. In fact, if you heard an ostrich at a distance, it sounds like a distant roaring lion. Very deep, booming call, which can be mistaken for a lion. I've been fooled myself. And when they do so, they'll inflate their throat, and they use their throat as a resonating chamber, and that resonation then carries for kilometers. Yeah, Rolf has shared with me how he's often tried to get them on live television for you, and how the timing of it is so tricky because it's so unpredictable, and then when you find them calling, by the time you've got the camera to them, they've stopped, and then you might wait a few hours or days to see that same individual calling. Busy feeding away this ostrich. So ostrich, or just birds in general, have a very interesting digestive system in that they, most often than not, the passage of their food is quite rapid by comparison to some of the other inhabitants of these savannas, these grasslands. And they utilize, for the most part, mechanical and chemical decomposition of their food, and less so microbial. So a lot of your hindgut and ruminant digesters make use of microbes in the stomach, which slowly but surely break down food. It takes them anything from 8 to 10 hours or more to digest their food. But an ostrich, being even the biggest bird in the world, takes a mere 5 to 6 hours to pass any food that it eats through its digestive system, which is incredibly rapid. In fact, there are birds that have food that passes through them, such as certain fruit eaters. You think about how trees and birds have this wonderful relationship. Birds are attracted to the fruit because they want to eat the fruit, and the tree wants the bird to take their seeds and spread them far. But they also don't want them to the strong stomach acids to completely digest the seeds. So they have to have a mechanism to make sure that it passes through their digestive system extra quick. So they dose up their fruits with a little bit of laxative, and so if when they feed on those fruits, it will pass through their digestive system within a matter of minutes or less than an hour. So it doesn't damage the seeds. And I'm sure many of us can attest for situations where we've had slightly congested digestive systems, that a couple of good old prunes often can do the trick. And so that's the idea. A fruit is trying to get its seeds through the digestive system of an animal, so that it doesn't damage those seeds. It just takes off the right amount of whatever it needs to take off for the seed to propagate. And it kind of works in a way like boiling a seed when one is trying to germinate plants at home from seed. Some seeds need to sit in hot water to germinate. For those botanists out there who have tried this, I'm sure you'll understand.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
very nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Now there you have it. 3 entirely different digestive systems, all in one frame. Well, folks, it's been a pleasure chatting to you about ostriches and digestive systems. But I believe Andrew has got something really, really nice for you in Amakhala. And it also happens to have feathers. Let's go and see what's going on there.
Hello everybody, and a good afternoon to you all. I hope you're all doing very well. So we are coming to you live from the Secretary Bird Nest here in Amakhala Game Reserve, out in the bushveld of the Eastern Cape. And we have spotted 2 of the 3 so far. So it does seem like at least 2 of them are alright, and we're just waiting to see if that third one is going to pop its head up, which I'm sure it will, and to know how they're doing. So hello again, my name is Andrew, and I do have Mr. BK behind me on camera. Yeah, so we've been waiting in great anticipation as to what's happened to these secretary birds. Of course, we had a huge storm. I don't know what day it was, but it was about 3 days ago, and so much so that all the roads got washed out. And we were worried, very, very worried about the secretary birds, because trees were being, and I mean full-grown trees, were being uprooted on the game reserve, and they seem to be doing 100%, at least 2 of them at least. So we're happy, we're chuffed for them. And it just tells us that they're going to be very, very strong when they reach maturity, because they've already faced one severe storm, and I don't know if they're going to face that again anytime soon. Very well done to the 2 of you. Where's the third one? So I think we'll definitely know when the adult arrives with some food. Then we'll see them standing up and moving around, and then we can count them properly. But of course it's a huge sign of relief when we did come here and see them. Ah, you're welcome, Nella. You are very, very welcome. We knew this was our plan. The minute we woke up this morning, we said, alright, we are definitely coming out this way. And I know personally that a lot of you were wondering how they were doing. And unfortunately we couldn't access them, because I mentioned earlier that the roads were all washed out. The clay roads were all soaked. And just to give you an idea, the route that we take down here, the topography of the road is a little bit slanted. So just imagine, take your hand and just slant it a little bit to the side. Now imagine that being the road, and then we're driving down that slanted road, and if we lose grip going down on that road, we will head straight into the valley, which I don't know what will happen to us. So we elected, no, let's rather be safe than sorry. Okay, so 3 chicks are still good. Wonderful. They're doing well. I'm so proud that they managed to survive that storm, because we were battling and we were indoors. Can you imagine? Our vehicle was water soaked, our radio got damaged in that storm, and we were waiting out inside the house. And these ones, the secretary birds, being 100% exposed, they had to hold on and wait for the storm to pass. And that's exactly what they did. And I'm very proud of them. I'm happy. It was hot this morning. Sure, I don't know what the temperature was, but very hot. Jenny, wow, that's a good question. It is a very good question, and it's a little bit of a complex answer to answer that. Oh, sorry about that. Let me just turn that radio down and switch it off. So, we are in a drought at the moment. We have not reached the annual rainfall for quite a number of years now, and that's hence the reason why the Bushman's River is totally dry at the moment. So much so that the hippopotamus that are on the reserve had to go to Hlossie waterhole because there was no place for them in the river. So in Amakhala, before the drought, or when there isn't a drought, we can expect about 500 millimeters of rain per year, and that's good to sustain the reserve as it normally would. But over the last 7 years, or 5 years, 6 years, being in the grips of a nasty drought, we've only reached half of that, which is about 250 millimeters of rain. Now, just to give you an idea, the Kalahari Desert, which is a semi-desert actually, they thrive on about 300 millimeters of rain per year. So we were getting a little bit less than what the Kalahari was getting in that drought. So can you imagine? It was dry, the rivers dried up. But this season, maybe we can expect a bit more rain. It seems like the drought is lifting slightly. It does take time, these things usually. And maybe about 300 or 350 millimeters of rain, I'm thinking. That's for the annual year. And then of course in good times, we can hope for the 500 millimeters of rain, 550 millimeters of rain per year. So we do have a vehicle that's about to come past us on the side here. Alright, so there's a vehicle on day safari at the moment, which is quite nice that the reserve does offer day safari facilities, and I think they might be interested in seeing the secretary birds as well. So lucky if you want to have a look over there, there's some secretary birds in the nest there. Beautiful. Jillian, good morning, good afternoon, sorry. So, yeah, the things are dry at the moment, and naturally the animals would have relied very much on the Bushman's River for their water intake, and that's where the animals would have gone. But now that's a bit of a problem now. The river is dry, so that's not really viable. And we have to, as you say, think about the animals. So it was about 2 years ago or so, they actually had to dig into the groundwater via a borehole and just feed one of the watering holes just so that the animals had something to sip on. But there's a catch to that. You can't confuse the animals. You can't just fill up a dam and supply copious amounts of water, or fill up several dams, because that will confuse the animals. It's a drought period, but here the water is freely available and it's fresh, clean borehole water, which usually results in the animals breeding. But now when those youngsters are born, is there food that's going to sustain them? So as a reserve, what they do is they just put just enough water in there just to help the animals drink a bit, but also to adapt to the heat stress and water stress, so they can adapt accordingly, which is usually hold back giving birth with some individuals or some species, and that avoids an influx of young being born. And then suddenly, if you have all these young being born, it's going to be very traumatic for them and harsh for them to try and survive in an area where there's not enough food. So it's very interesting. You have to find the balance. It's a very fine balance. Once the rains come back in its full glory and the river fills up, they will stop pumping out that borehole. So I was mentioning earlier that the heat was quite intense, and we had a flat wheel coming here as well, so we had to deal with that, and that's all taken care of luckily. But now it's starting to cool down quite a bit, and I think somewhere in the near vicinity it is probably raining or about to rain. Not sure what's going to happen here. Oh, hello, there we go. We have one of them standing up nicely now. Got to keep an eye that the adults are not around and see if they are going to return. But I can hear a crow calling, so I think that could have got the attention of the secretary bird. Now we estimate these secretary birds to be around about 8 weeks old. This is more or less the time of fledging. And we are waiting in anticipation for that time. And I was just saying to one of my good friends that the day that they do fledge, I'm probably going to experience a whole range of emotions. And I've got a feeling that they are going to make me cry when they fledge. Mike, okay, so we'll do the maths now. The date that I'm expecting them to fledge. Alright, so let me get my calendar out here. So what day are we today? We lose track of days. You're on the 16th today. I'm hoping by Christmas Day they would have taken that leap. So I'm going to go with Christmas Day, which is roughly about 9 days from now. Or it might push on towards New Yearish, New Year's Day. Can you imagine if that happens? How cool would that be? Maybe the ultimate Christmas gift for all of you and me. Oh, shame. The guys in Mission Control really do make me laugh because they've nicknamed me the uncles of the secretary birds. Oh, shame. It will be Mother Nature's present to me, most definitely, and it's a present I will cherish for the rest of my life. And it's interesting because BK, I see BK watching a lot these secretary birds, and he really enjoys them as well. It brings out a lot of curiosity in us as people. And definitely tapping into one of our good sides. Shem, I think this young one is actually getting thirsty now. I don't know when the adults were here last, this morning or this afternoon. I do see a bit of water. Is it water on the chick's tip of the beak? I think it might be. But I think they are getting thirsty, as I say. So I think the adults need to arrive at some point today with some water for them. Just amazing how quickly these chicks did develop. It's so quick. If you blink, oh, there's a bit of a yawn. That's the first time I saw this chick yawn. Wow. Oh, shame, man. I'm just so glad they're doing all right after the storm. But tomorrow is going to be some more rains, I believe, for most of the day. But nothing like what we had the other day. Beautiful. Look at that. That is just stunning. Grabbing a seat in the same place. Now you're going to have to look very, very hard to tell differences between the chicks even now. It's more behavioral that you're going to be looking for. So if you do notice something that is unique to one of the chicks, then that's the best way to identify the individuals. But while you all have been watching these secretary birds, if you have noticed something that we haven't about, potentially identifying one of the chicklets or the chicklets, please do let us know. What I've noticed is one likes to stand up a lot, and it's usually that one on the right hand side. And with Max's help in the mission control, we named it Pakama. We're don't know if it's a male or female at this stage. And the word Pakama means stand up in the Xhosa language. Lenny, thank you. Always good to hear from you. Yeah, thank you all always for your comments and questions that come through from you. And definitely something that I've been looking forward to doing in the last few days. And it's difficult to comprehend what sort of storm we had if you weren't here yourself, but just to describe it, oh, look at that. Looking at the dragonfly, it looked like a dragonfly or a fly. There was extremely high winds with a huge downfall, almost like torrential rain, and then lightning. So we had a triple whammy all in one. And it went on for about 4 hours. All safari trucks were ordered to go back to the camps because it was too dangerous to be out. And we woke up in the morning and there were branches and bushes all over the roads. Some of the roads which were freshly graded and smooth were sort of corrugated, and lots of dongas, which is from erosion. And then the odd full-grown tree was pushed down. LG7. So that's something I've been wondering as well, because these chicks are getting quite big now and the nest is only so big. Now it's a well-formed nest, so it is a huge nest, but having 3 full-grown chicks in there, space is limited. So I do wonder where the adults are. What are they doing at night? Do they just sit at the bottom of the tree and wait till the morning, because they are day active animals? Or do they actually sit in the nest as well? We are unsure of ourselves, but during the storm, I'm not sure. I would imagine at least one adult would have stayed with the young ones, if not both. But if they didn't go in the nest, then I'm sure they would have stood on the base of the nest. And at some point we'll stick around here after dark and just watch them, and then we'll definitely update you as to what we saw. Listening to a Bok Makiri calling around us here. Beautiful sound. Sounds like a telephone in a way. Alrighty, thanks for your question and contribution. So the main prey items that we have been seeing it's mainly mice. I would say about 70% of what is being returned to the nest is field mice of sorts and other types of rodents, small rodents. We have seen a total of about 6 snakes while we've been observing them for the last 6 weeks. about 6 snakes. There will be more, just we haven't seen that. And then insects, so big grasshoppers and locusts. But I would imagine their main diet right now in their stage of development is going to be the mice. There's plenty of mice out there. It's an easier prey item to catch as well. Now, one of the snakes that we presume was being fed was either a Cape cobra, but a very dark one, because you do get different morphs. You get light ones and dark ones, or a Rinkhals, which almost looks like a cobra. They do hood like a cobra, but they are not cobras, not true cobras at least. And that's what we think. Myself and Morgan witnessed that, and we think it was probably a Rinkhals that was fed. Other snakes, like bush snakes, there was one small puff adder, which is like a viper, very venomous snake. It's amazing that when the secretary birds are not looking after young chicks like this, their diet changes a bit. They resort to mainly eating insects. About 80% of the diet is insects. The rest is anything else they can overpower. But as soon as there are young ones, they're going to need to shift their diet a bit, because to catch insects and bring them here one by one, it's far too much work. So catch a mouse, bring it, and we'll sustain them for much longer, or a snake. So it seems that they're eating less insects and catching less insects. I don't know what the adults are eating. I'm presuming insects. Now, it's always a nice feeling when we see them bring a mouse to the nest, because you try and go find a mouse in the field, in the bush. You try and find a mouse. It is not easy. You very seldomly see them, and they run across the road very quickly. They are living underground in tunnels. And secretary birds manage to find them no problem. In our accommodation where we are staying, myself and BK, there's actually a striped field mouse that is a local in the house there. And I've seen it a few times outside the house. I don't know if you've seen that striped field mouse, but it does run around from time to time, and it's getting so used to us. It's seen us quite a few times, and we've never done anything to try and get it out of the house or anything like that, or outside the house, and it's become quite relaxed with us. Greg, the different types of rodents that we can find in Amakhala, there's quite a few. I only know a few actually. Mainly striped field mouse and common field mouse. There's of course mole rats and moles, which are rodents as well. There must be the odd cane rat out here. I haven't seen one. You mainly find them towards Natal, but they've sort of spread out in the country quite a bit. I'm sure maybe they are here in Amakhala. And strange enough, that's all I can think of in the top of my head here. And you very seldomly see them, so it's quite difficult to study an animal that you very seldomly see. Other types of rodents we get out here is like a porcupine. Believe it or not, a porcupine is a rodent. It's the largest rodent in Africa. for the characteristic that there's enamel on the front of the tooth but not on the back of the teeth, and that is a rodent trait.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Shame, they are very, very inactive at the moment, and I don't blame them. Yeah, no, in this heat, rather conserve that energy rather than expel it. And that's what Mother Nature does. They're very much energy savers, always thinking about saving that energy. And as part of the instinct, they will sort of do the mathematics on how much energy they gain in an activity or whatever they're doing in comparison to how much energy is going to be lost. They're going to lose more energy than gain. This is when you find that they show no interest in that particular activity or hunt, if you will. And this is how you see sometimes large predators or small predators ignoring something that you would think that, hey, why don't you eat that? If it's too much of a challenge, then they would rather just leave it. Just amazing how burnt orange that face is getting day by day. It really is changing. And if you have to put the adults right next to one of these young and you compare the face, it's almost the same sort of color. Whereas when they were very young, it was almost bright yellow, not orange. Oh yes, look here. Yes, the adult has just arrived now. And that is a mouse of sort. Yeah? What is that? There's a couple of mice actually. Very interesting. Oh, LG7, that's a kind comment from you. That really does make me happy to hear that comment. Thank you. Always wonder what I sound like. And BK is laughing in the background. But I always do wonder what I sound like and so on. I think most of the naturalists do. And just to get that comment from you, thank you so much. That's brilliant. Wow, look at this. This is so cool. It's water. Nice one. Lots and lots of water. Getting fully hydrated now. The dominant chick seeming to take most of it. I have a good feeling that's Pakama. We're just going to see how they sit down in their positions again. Wow, they are thirsty. Thanks, Max. Yeah, this is very interesting. Max in the mission control. As soon as there's action with the secretary bird nest, Max is in my ear quick to say, this is crazy, this is amazing. And I'm glad I see the enthusiasm coming from you, Max. I really do appreciate that very much. Okay, let's see, rearranging the nesting material. See that? They're very tidy birds, I must say. So look at the adult's orange face in comparison to the young. Very close to getting there. Oh, that's a funny one, Max. Very organized little birds. We see them, the adult, do this from time to time. Returns with some food, maybe some water, and then every now and then rearranges some nesting material, making sure that the platform is in order. Because after all, this is home. Always a good idea to keep your home nice and tidy. Okay, so picking up whatever that was, it looked like a few mice to me. Didn't look like just one. It's quite normal for the adults to drop the food on the base of the nest or the platform or the floor of the nest. And the chicks don't sometimes necessarily feed immediately. They do it when they feel like it. So we're just hearing these croaking sounds. Almost sounds like a frog, but it's the secretary birds communicating with one another here. You probably can't hear it. And there the adult goes back into the field. What a sighting that was. Incredible. Nice little family portrait there of the youngsters. Hello Picasso, thank you for your question as well. So Picasso, no, they don't all get fed the same amounts. It's not rationed like that. So one of these chicks is going to be more dominant than the others. And just to give you an idea, that to see 3 chicks in the nesting site like the way we do here, it's actually quite rare, because chicks, they do die due to availability of food. If food isn't, available as it could be, and maybe it's dry and the rodents are not so plentiful and the snakes are not so plentiful, you find that some of the chicks may die, and in some cases only one manages to fledge. But here we're not seeing that. We're seeing 3 of the chicks over here. So with that, there's going to be one dominant chick that is going to be a little bit stronger than the others and is going to probably gobble up most of the food. There might be 1 or 2 chicks here that gets a lot less of the food but still survives. But if we had to weigh these 3 chicks, you would find that one of the chicks is going to be quite a bit heavier than the other 2. Don't you just love nature and the way the system works? Definitely survival of the fittest when it comes to all animals, but definitely with secretary birds, if there's any hint of weakness, you are definitely probably not going to survive the 8 weeks. Beautiful, just outstanding to see them the way they are now. And I must say, they have captured a lot of hearts out there. So they haven't eaten any of that that was returned to the nest now. I see that. I think it's a bit too hot for them to eat. They are hot to begin with now, and if they eat now, I think what will happen is their body temperature is going to raise again, and it's going to make them very hot again. Then they have to pant, and then whatever they've eaten, that energy is going to be used for the cooling down process. So it's almost rather just wait, stay a bit cooler, and when it does cool down eventually, eat that food, and then you can digest it and use it for growth. Very smart move. So roughly this time next year, it won't be the exact sort of time next year, but around about this time next year, we sort of will have chicks in this nesting site again. The adults are going to return to this nesting site because they've put a lot of work into it over the years. I try and imagine that each twig holding this giant nest needs to be picked up one by one. And it's not just a whole range of twigs just thrown together and hoping it's going to be strong enough. There's a bit of architecture behind it. So the platform and the, how do I say, like the cage of the nest or the outside of the nest is very hard branches, corky-like vegetation, dry sticks, etc. But then as the nest goes higher, you'll find that the branches become thinner and softer until the platform in where they are sitting, it's quite a soft platform. So soft on the inside where they're going to sit, but then hard corky vegetation on the outside. Starbuck, now that's a tough one for me to answer. I'm not 100% sure on that. If secretary bird youngsters are going to reconnect with their parents when they reach adulthood, because I know what will happen is there's going to be a what they call a shepherding process. So once the chicks take the step to get out the nest and land on the ground, that is officially their next phase of life, and that is the shepherding phase. And the adults will take them into the field. I'm not sure how far or close by the nest they will be taken, and they've got to now put the basics that they would have learnt, or they're going to start learning the basics until they've mastered those basics, and then they're on their own. And from what I've read is that most of the time the chicks that have fledged will stay within the adult's territory, but won't be as, I want to say cared for, but the adults are not going to adult them like they would have. And so I don't know how long that shepherd process takes. We will observe that as we go on. But I'm gonna send you over to Ukukuyo in the meantime with Alex. Sorry, is it Lisa? And see what's happening on that front.
Andrew, my name is not Alex, it's Lisa. Yes, there is quite a bit of activity here in Okokweyo. We've got a beautiful rhino. We just had a baby zebra. They've already moved off. We've got the giraffes. We've got oryxes with a baby. So I think let us go from... it's tricky because, of course, anyone can move. Let us go from right to left as the oryxes are moving off. We can quickly take a look at the baby. And you can see there's a clear difference between this baby and the baby we saw earlier on today. Very distinctive difference. And off they go, as they do. Then we've got a whole journey of giraffe around. And of course the quillias have never left. Whee! It's always funny when they do the splits, and I'm always just astonished at how they do not fall on their faces. Yes, they do have the hooves and everything, but I mean still, let's be honest. Would you be able to do it that well? Hooves or not? Just want to have a look. I'm not sure. I think it's this giraffe off to the left. Ever since I've been observing them, probably for the past 20 minutes now, I would say. Ever since the giraffes, I should say plural, all of them arrived. This one in particular, and I'm not sure now if it is that one that's moving or if it's this one off to our right. I know it was one of the darker giraffes. Was very, very uncomfortable. Kept lifting the tail and for quite some time stood on that patch of ground or that soil. So not too sure what the story is. As I say, I don't want to say anything anymore with regards to maybe it's giving birth or maybe this is happening. I don't want to get my hopes up. But you never know. I mean, really, just look at that. That right there, I would fall flat on my face, believe me. Without a doubt. We'll definitely keep an eye on the giraffes. Let's just see if our unicorn is still around. Hi, unicorn. And again, you know, the weather has more or less cleared up, but I have to say, you know, an hour or so ago, it looked pretty gloomy here in Okokweyo. All of the animals were super on edge, you know, trotting around, jumping around. I think there may have been lightning and thunder. They definitely do feel weather patterns, so... But as I say, it's cleared a little bit now. You never know. Hopefully we get some rain. It will definitely be good and well deserved for the beautiful Okokweyo. And of course, this is the black rhino. Now, people often ask me, how do you so quickly differentiate? Well, of course, here in Okokweyo, we see this is, you know, the more dominant species that we see around these regions. But other clues to look for would definitely be the face itself. So you can see they've got a very small head in comparison to their whole body. Now, black rhinos are in fact browsers, so they need to lift their heads to be able to get to the leaves and everything. So, but if you go look at a black rhino and you look at a white rhino, definitely a very clear difference, you know, with regards to the ratio from the face to the body. And then another thing you can definitely look at, which is difficult from this angle, but definitely the ears. The black rhino have what I call Mickey Mouse ears, very, very round ears. Whereas the white rhinos have more of a bit of a pointed ear, you can say. And then generally, this is not always the rule of thumb, but generally for me another good indicator would be the horns. So a black rhino, generally the horn that's in the middle, so the horn that's between the front horn and the ears, that is generally very thick and will generally be fairly long. Whereas white rhinos, you know, if they do still have their horns, and they are lucky to still have their horns, you can actually see that the front horn is significantly longer than the one in the middle. But of course, that's always going to be, you know, it will be ever changing. As just want to see, it seems like, yes, you're going to take a nap. Oh, just want to go give it a hug. Oh, they really are teddy bears. I've had the privilege of working with rhinos up close as well, and they really are such sweet animals. I mean, not if you're going to provoke them and aggravate them, but they have very, very sweet natures to them. And it really is heartbreaking when you have the chance and the opportunity to actually get up close to them and work with them and see how helpless these animals really are. And for me personally, this is another very good and big incentive as to me visiting Okokoyo this year, is definitely seeing black rhino again. I have not seen black rhino for myself in real life, I think, in 10 years. So definitely time to get to do that again. Oh, don't you just want to go give it a hug? Oh man, they are so, so special. And it really is heartbreaking, you know, when we really start to think about what's going on, not just in Southern Africa, in the whole of Africa, across the whole world. You know, how we are just, even if you're not directly poaching an animal, the fact that we are just allowing this to continue and have been allowing it to continue for so long is really, it's quite shocking. And I think we should be ashamed of ourselves. And of course, you know, there are incentives and initiatives that actually do attempt to help these animals. I mean, as we're watching this beautiful animal, apart from the people at camp, there is an active anti-poaching team also watching it. But I definitely think we can do more for them, you know, even if it's just to create awareness. Because if you look at it, how I don't even know how anyone would want to hurt that animal. I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care, you know, if you need all of the money in the world. I remember years ago we actually interviewed well, he wasn't the direct poacher, but he was like one of the inside people. And we asked him, what could possibly bring you to, you know, this animal's detriment? What could be incentive enough for you to want to end this animal's life? As I said, he wasn't the one, you know, doing the final killing and poaching and everything for the horn. And he said, well, you know, I've got responsibilities. I've got mouths to feed. And I was just so shocked in that moment. I was so disappointed in humanity, because how can we let our actions and our responsibilities and all of that, you know, end the life of an animal? And it really is, As I constantly say this time and again at Okokoyo, but it really is such a privilege seeing these animals, not just the rhino, not just the endangered animal, all of them. Seeing them in their natural habitat, seeing the new life, the new oryxes, the new zebras. We just had a baby zebra here, they took off. But how amazing is it to see it?
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Just bear with me. I just want to see what this crow is doing. I'm not sure if it's going... I assume it's going after the insects, yes. But I thought for a moment maybe it might be feeding off the dung. Of course, you know, animals do that. Birds do that. They'll often feed off the fresh dung of a lot of vegetarians. And that is called coprophagia. And of course, you know that with some animals it helps for digestion. Other animals, you know, it's a good source for nutrients, but I think this crow is in fact just eating some insects. Danny, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying you so appreciate the passion coming through. Thank you. We really appreciate that. You know, we all, of course, we've got our favorites. I'm sure many of you know that I love rhinos, I love elephants, but that being said, I love anything. I'm very easy to please on on safari. That's probably the only time I'm easy to please. Other than that, I'm a very difficult, but no, I'm kidding. No, I really do love all of the animals. And as you heard Andrew as well, you know, he loves those secretary birds. But thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to us. And as I've mentioned several times, I'm very, very very, very much in love, and I've got a very big love for animals like rhinos, like elephants, even animals like lions. You know, lions are also being poached for their organs and for their bones and all sorts of nonsense. But, you know, that is a, a whole different topic. But thank you. I'm glad that it shows, because it's definitely not always easy. And I'm not speaking just for myself. I'm speaking for literally any conservationist out there, any ranger, any field guide, any naturalist. It really is not the easiest job, but it definitely is the most rewarding. And there's a lot of heartbreak that goes with it, believe me. As I say, I won't go into all of that now, but yes, I've dealt with some horrific rhino poaching scenarios and scenes, and it's just, it's something you never get out of your mind. So when we do have the privilege of seeing a rhino out in the wild like this, in its natural habitat, with its horn attached still to its face, you know, I really want to cry when I see something like this, because I'll always refer to my niece, because I don't have kids, and you know, that is something we do have to consider, is the generations after us. But my niece is now 8 years old, and I don't know if she'll have this privilege when she is my age, seeing a rhino with its horn still attached to its face in the natural wild, just doing its own thing the way it should be doing, the way it was intended to be doing its thing. So thank you. I appreciate that, Danny. It really means a lot. As I say, you know, it's sometimes there's a lot of difficult things we have to touch on and speak about and share our opinions on. But it really does mean a lot when our passion comes through. I always laugh when Andrew has the secretary birds, you know, and the adults return. He's like a little kid on Christmas. You know, and Lauren that gets excited about dragonflies and weavers and everything. And that is ultimately what it boils down to. You know, we should stop having these expectations of just seeing the big five or just having appreciation for the big animals. There's so many animals that need our help. And I don't know who of you joined us yesterday on Escape to Nature, but yesterday morning we woke up and we had a baby bat in our bathroom, and I've rehabilitated from a Veru eagle owl to a squirrel, and I had no idea. I literally shot blank yesterday morning. And again, you know, it's this thing of when do we interfere with nature and when do we just stand back and let nature take its course? And we decided, okay, well, you know, this bathroom is not nature. Obviously, this poor animal accidentally ended up here, or whatever the case is. And we just made a little bed, kept it warm for the day. And then last night, it had the world of energy. And it literally, the parents found it and came to fetch it. And I was so sad, which again, you know, is a selfish reaction. I was like, no. But that being said, you know, we were able to help it. But we should be helping all of the animals. You know, and there's simple things that we can do. Yesterday I spoke about this a little bit as well. But I really do want to challenge each and every single person. And when I say that, I'm, you know, specifically talking to myself. But when we are setting goals for 2023, when we are thinking of, ooh, how can I change next year and everything? Because I think because of COVID and everything that has happened in the past 2-3 years, we have become very self-absorbed and, you know, have started to pity ourselves a lot because this has happened to me and I've gone through this financial strain, etc., etc., etc. But I definitely do think we need to start focusing on what can we do for the planet next year? What can we do for each other next year? And it doesn't have to be something major. Believe me, you are not going to turn into Superman tomorrow. Life unfortunately doesn't work that way. But I definitely do think we need to start thinking about, even if it's something small, how can I save water, or how can I, you know, prevent or help people to stop littering. And it's difficult for those of you that are not local, that are not South African. In our country specifically, we also have a very big problem with litter and, a lot of things being out of place, which is sad because we've got a beautiful country. But again, any place in the world you'll find this. Where there's humans, there will be destruction. But where there's humans, there can also be success and beauty and survival and rescue and a lot of beautiful things as well. And we really have to start thinking about it, We have the power to destroy so much and to be so destructive and filthy and gross. And when I say gross, I mean without pollution and everything. And again, this is including me. I know I too am guilty of a lot of things. But I definitely hope we'll start thinking about how can we, what can our New Year's resolution be for 2023? Not just necessarily for us. If you want to go to the gym, if you want to have a healthier skin or lifestyle, by all means, please do. But what can you do to help your planet or even just your fellow person? Even if it's something as simple as volunteering once a month. Believe me, there's a lot of people that need a lot of help, a lot of places that need a lot of help. These rhino orphanages, even just a local SPCA, they really all do need a lot of help. So even if you just sacrifice a couple of hours every once a month, that'll definitely also make a difference. Because eventually, as I say, you're not going to change the world tomorrow. But if we all try to do a little bit by bit, we'll definitely make a difference. Eventually, we'll get there. Alrighty, well, I think I might sing our rhino a lullaby in the meantime. Not that I think it needs one, but I'm going to send you over to Liam in Kariga to see what he's up to.
Hi, hello everybody. What a wonderful, wonderful moment with a creature that I admire so much with Lisa there. The black rhino, of course. Oh, I do miss seeing them. But nonetheless, welcome to Kariga, where I have been watching the dab chicks, the little grebes. They seem to be coming to the hippo for a bit of feeding every now and then. They were chasing each other around, so the little grebe is the individual in the foreground here on the edge of that water or aquatic vegetation. It's dipped. No, it's still a little bit in the not so easily seen flat water, but yeah, the little grebe seems to be going toing and froing from the resting hippos on the far edge of this waterhole and at Scotia, and they seem to be going down and probably feeding on the edges of that hippo. So it's a very common thing to observe with dab chicks and other water birds. Will utilize each other's disturbance to try and capture what what they might look for. So it looks like this one is going back to the hippos again. Let's see what happens here. So the parents also still seem to be chasing the youngster, who I can't seem to see this morning. Been watching it for the last week stretch its wings and try to get up and get some good air, but I don't seem to notice it today. I'll keep on watching this space and see if it's still around. Look at that terrapin walking on the water. Or is it? Oh, really, really cool to see. So this terrapin, this floating terrapin, is taken up position on the mother hippo's back. So that which you think to see him as a floating terrapin is in fact a terrapin sitting on a hippo's back, which is not uncommon. We had just the other day 3 little terrapins sitting on a hippo's back, which was quite cool to see. Not as stable as a log or a rock, but when there's not much of a log or a rock around, then for sure hippo's back will do. So it looks like our dad chick has dipped under the water here. I'm trying to see where it has popped out, and it doesn't seem to be anywhere near the hippo. But yes, I was saying, a lot of creatures kind of depend on each other when they move through the water. So I'm not too sure if it was it Njuma the other day with those yellow-billed storks moving with their bills side to side through the water and trying to snap them closed to catch any potential fish. Now that big swinging arc movement as they skim through the water is quite disruptive, and so a lot of creatures will follow a yellow-billed stork because of that disturbance. A lot of particularly herons who like to feed on fish and frogs, and those that which the yellow-billed stork doesn't catch, the heron will simply snatch up. So little grebe seems to have made an appearance on the far side of the hippo and bloop, down again. So I imagine there's quite a bit of searching to be done in this thick aquatic vegetation around the edge of Scotiapan. It's and to me it seems that it's growing. It looks a lot more than there was just 2 weeks ago. So possibly this December heat is really pushing it to grow more fervently. So it's creating quite a dense stand of it. One needs to be careful with situations like that, where algae and well, particularly algae, when it gets to a critical point and there's too much nitrogen in the water, it can become quite toxic. And in some instances, naturally, it has happened where wetlands become deoxygenated. So the algae and plants actually begin to remove oxygen from the water, and it sterilizes the environment. Of course, a good healthy aquatic system has a good amount of oxygen flowing and reintegrating into that water, and as soon as that oxygen is depleted, you get a form of collapse, and that can often be because of hippos inundating waterholes, aquatic bodies, and their dung accumulating in that water to beyond an acceptable level, and that the nitrogen in the water then just allows the algae to bloom and then completely deoxygenates water, and you have like I say, a bit of a collapse. So it happens in instances, and the resolution to that is more water, rainfall that fills up pans, that they become so full that they start to push water through and they flow out on the other end, and that gives a bit of a flush to that ecosystem. And it's important for that to happen regularly, at least yearly. If not, then you get that result. So it's an interesting system that sometimes happens in the dry seasons of certain ecosystems where hippos occur. Of course, hippos have got excellent effects on certain ecosystems. Think of the Okavango Delta. They have these pathways that they use to access from their resting areas in the water, like here, and up onto land where they graze. And so those pathways, especially if there's water flowing through them, they create nice structured systems where there'll be floating lilies, and underneath there'll be other aquatic vegetation, and these structures create ecosystems for little fish and various other insects and other water life underneath. And so hippos have a very important role in that, in keeping them open and flowing, and allowing a passage for the water to flow. Elephants also, in many instances, will assist with that that opening of passages. So certain elements of these animals work on the ecosystem and actually help create paths and disturbances that serve the ecosystem, and if done so in balance. Everything in moderation, they say. Now, there was that herd of zebra here on the edge, which have been grazing along the edges here of the waterhole. Nice fresh green grass. This chap's decided to take a bit of a snooze on the spot. I think quite like a bit of power nap. Ah yes, Vanessa, indeed. Nature certainly teaches us all about balance, that's for sure. Inputs and outputs. The ecology of life is such a wonderful subject to go and dig deeper into understanding. So much to learn, so much to teach us about how things work. And when we observe these interconnections, it helps us understand how to deal with daily struggles in our lives. There's many examples that one can use the natural world to relate to issues that one might, or should I say, hurdles that one might encounter in life. So yes, indeed, the balances and intricacies of the natural world are such a wonder.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
So let's pan across the plains and see what else is going on. There's a lot of game out in the open here that wanting to show themselves. There's a bit of a grazing zebra here. See if we can find Stompy. Where's Stompy and his cronies? He's usually never far. I can't seem to see him here now. Certainly not the group we're looking at here. So for those who don't know, Stompy is our resident stallion zebra with his 2 females and 2 youngsters. Yes, yes, Greg. It can be an entirely different world. You know, from the water aquatic environment of Scotia Pan to the blazing heat of the plains out here, and that's not even to mention the the dense thickets that exist in the background and that completely surround this grassy savanna. A place that the likes of that Inyala we saw one moment ago, those Inyala, would much prefer. It's it's a pity we couldn't get into some more of these thickets and show you more of what goes on there. It is quite tricky to come to you live from, but there's an entirely different world out there, the likes of bird life, and there's always that odd chance of a Graysbok, of a Cape Graysbok, which is a tiny little antelope that exists in the thickets and forests. It is an endemic to South Africa. It's a unique antelope that is found down here as well as in the Cape. And then, amazing diversity of endemic birds. We've got Knysna turacos out in these thickets. We've got southern chagra. We've got Knysna woodpecker. All of these birds are well audible from the plains, so easily heard whilst being out here with you. So, folks, just to let you know, there, of course, it is a road moving through the plains here. Vehicles that might pass by, or a vehicle that might pass by in a moment. Conveniently positioned, that zebra, or these zebras, although not purposefully so at this moment, they will often stand with their backs into the sun, and that's because that patterning on the back displays a bit more of a pale rump when it does that. So of course we know that those two contrasting colors, dark stripes, will attract more heat, and the lighter will not as much. So they often will sit with their rumps into the sun, and that helps to keep it a little bit more cool on a hot summer's day. And then another behavior they'll use in rain is, and this goes for any antelope or ungulate that doesn't want to get its face wet, is they will always put their rump into the rain, and you'll see they will try and put their head down to try and get away from the rain a little bit. As when you watch a herd of zebra in a thunderstorm or a downpour, always heartwarming to see how they try to they do their best to avoid the rain, seek a little bit of comfort in the stormy weather. But again, this lovely breeze coming from the ocean, as sunny as it is, that slight breeze does help just taking that little bit of edge off. But if there wasn't a breeze, this lovely little valley turns into a nice little soup bowl, and the humidity increases. That can be certainly a good reason for a zebra to want to come down to the waterhole and have a bit of a drink and wade into some of the deeper water. So I'll return back to Scotia, where there's a bit of activity coming from a cormorant. There's some really beautiful dragonflies flying around the vehicle, which I'd love to try and film, but they are so incredibly fast. Some splendid blues and reds, really colourful dragonflies, and they seem to be attracted to the little insects, the muggies that are flying around the vehicle. Now, where is this cormorant gone? Oh, silly creature, where are you? Ah, there you are. Ooh, looks like he's caught something. Oh, wow, wow, wow. There's a bit of action going on here. Sure. What have you caught, buddy? It looks to be a platana. There really is a healthy population of them here. Certainly quite a slippery prey to handle, so I imagine all he's trying to do is trying to get rid of that slippery stuff before sending it down. So the platanas have got this mucousy membrane which prevents predators such as this cormorant from gripping it. And so I'd imagine that's what he's really trying to do, is wash off some of that mucus to make it a little bit tastier, not only, but also get a good grip. Of course, if a platana's got all of its legs spread out in all different directions, it's not going to be a very smooth prey item to swallow. So it also has to try and dismember it and stop it from wriggling. Yes, yes. Hello, Mr. Hardydell. Almost there, it seems. It's amazing, this cormorant's ability to do all of it. Up, hey, there. Is it done? Done deal. Good job, buddy. Good job. It's amazing how it does all of this without the aid of any substrate or solid ground to do it. It's floating there on the water, and so every bit of manipulating this prey item, which is, I mean, even holding it by hand is quite a tricky thing to do. These platanas. Yet it's using that bill to not only grip onto it, but try and dismember it, try and stop it from moving, try and remove some of the slippery, mucousy stuff that coats the entire frog, and then also position it perfectly that it goes down the throat and doesn't get caught there. So all of that done whilst the cormorant is floating, which just really shows you its amazing ability to do so many things with that bill. Whew. And go and rest on the bank, let it all digest so nicely. So let's let this cormorant digest its lovely meal, and whilst he does that, let's go over to Lisa and continue with that black rhino. See what's going on there.
It is really so peaceful. Just listening, of course, they don't have brilliant eyesight, but they are constantly listening, smelling. So he's really, I know this is the wrong word, but it's just adorable. It really is just so cute. You can't imagine this tank of an animal just, lying like a little teddy bear, seemingly wanting to cuddle. But I will not cuddle it. I do not want to die. But how peaceful. How can you even think that someone would want to hurt that animal? It just, I don't know, it just breaks my brain. For no money or no nothing in the world would I want to ever do any harm to any of these animals. Not the rhinos, not elephants, not giraffes. Just quickly want to see if these zebras have a foal. Just want to see, have a look-see. It does not seem that way. There is definitely a youngster, but it does not seem like a baby zebra. Definitely from last year, yes. And why are you leaving, you rude zebras? Want to take a squeak, a squeak. What is a squeak, Lisa? A quick scan around and just see if anyone else is approaching the water hole. And if not, we will just keep admiring our beautiful unicorn. What is that? Okay, what are you guys doing? Having a staring contest? The animals are definitely a bit more on edge today, but as I said, there was some weather earlier on, some thunder. Some of the animals were quite hilarious during that time, actually, like jumping around, and it was rather interesting behavior. I think I too get that crazy, you know, when we've got good rain, especially if I'm on safari. If I'm at home, I literally want to do nothing when it rains, when it's overcast. But when I'm on safari, I don't know, somehow it just energizes me for whatever reason under the sun. But I think that might be why the animals are still pretty vigilant. We've got a giraffe or two. They are on a date. It's gonna be like that Lady and the Tramp moment. They're both gonna grab the same branch and then eat it until they kiss. I'm just kidding, I'm being silly. That is not where giraffe babies come from. But of course they do not mind sharing food. They know there's plenty of food, and of course if that tree eventually, you know, is being overbrowsed, it will start releasing more and more tannins. And believe me, tannin does not taste very good. If you have not tasted it, it's ugh. I don't even know how to explain it. It's not nice. But yes, then the tree will start producing tannin, and then the giraffes will move on, because they too eventually then get that taste and then carry on. And that is just yet another brilliant example of how Mother Nature just sorts herself out. Kelly, good afternoon. Lovely to hear from you. You are saying you feel so immersed in nature listening to these sounds. Amen. I could not agree with you more. And I mean, what a bonus with the rhino, the giraffe. It really is just... Oh, Mother Nature really knows how to spoil us and to absolutely treat us. And we are so fortunate, you know, being able to observe these animals and to check them out without them remotely even knowing that we are here. Yes, of course, they do know there's some actual people at the camp behind us here at Okukoyo, but I always feel so lucky. I feel like a child that's being spoiled too much or something, because we really have the upper hand when it comes to just immersing ourselves literally and just observing these animals, awaiting them, letting them come to us. And some days we do see fewer animals. I don't want to say no animals, but of course every single day is different. And today was just yet another beautiful day. We've had some really interesting weather here in Okokoyo, and I'm still waiting to see what's going to happen because it's not clearing up. So I'm not too sure what will happen. But we shall see. But I mean, of course, we are slowly getting closer to that sad time of the day where we have to greet one another. But before we do, I do just quickly want us to take a quick vote with regards to what we're going to chat about tomorrow. So earlier on, I mentioned, I literally write everything down in my life, whether it's a sighting or guest that I had a memorable experience with. And, I did mention, if you'd like, I can share some of those stories with you tomorrow. So would you like to chat about that tomorrow? Would you like us to do another quiz mania where we do some terminology and everything in and around nature and the animals? Or should we perhaps do a bird call challenge again? Or of course, we can do a mix of everything, but then it gets a bit de mekaar. So do let me know what you would like to chat about tomorrow on Escape to Nature, and we'll try to make it happen. But as I say, we can either, I'll bring along all of my diaries and I'll share some of my craziest moments that I've had on safari in my lifetime with you, or we can do a bit of Quizmania again with terminology, do the different behaviors and all of that of the animals again. Or we can do a little bit of a bird call challenge. Lenny, you are saying my journal sounds fascinating. Alrighty, so we've got one vote for that. And just to let you know, I'm not going to read my journals. I'm also not one of those people that write, "Dear diary, today was a very beautiful day because we had a lovely rhino in Okokoyo and etc, etc, etc." I'm a very factual person, so I just make sort of bullet points, and then somehow that actually helps me to remember stuff. So when I was working at the lodges, I always wrote down my guests' names, if they had any celebration, whether it was an anniversary or perhaps honeymoon or anything like that, and then I just made bullet points of what we saw. And of course, if it was a memorable sighting, then I definitely would have made a note. But I too need to go through those again. You've got things that stick with you, but I think if you do pencil them in or pen them down, then you will remember it sooner or later once you go back to that memory. And of course, if you are just joining us on Escape to Nature, do not fret. We will definitely highlight everything from today's Escape to Nature for you. And you can see that on the highlights on the Wild Earth app. It is super easy, super convenient, and it really does help a lot. And as I say, then you can just have a quick catch up on what you may or may not have missed. Whether it was a baby animal or sleepy rhino, or a weaver building a nest, or perhaps a buffalo that is busy wallowing. Why are we so jumpy? What's happening, animals? Not too sure. The rhino also seems to have shifted its head a little bit, and is of course, listening every now and again to what's going on. I'm not too sure. I cannot say for certain right now, but of course, I will be on this afternoon sunset safari, and if there really is something spectacular, I will definitely share it with all of you. But are we getting up now? What's happening? No. Oh, my Leafy. You had such a good nap. But thank you so much for spending time with us today. If you are South African, thank you for for spending your public holiday with us. We really appreciate all of you and all of your time, as always. And thank you so much for your constant questions and comments and suggestions and just absolutely everything. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to MC. Just thank you for a brilliant Escape to Nature. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And right after this, we'll have Penguin Beach, Pikkewynstrand. And after that, we will have Sunset Safari, and you do not want to miss it because we are, of course, in the bingo race until Christmas. And I honestly just love it to see the competition. It's it's hilarious how competitive the naturalists become. But from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, Andrew in Amakala, Liam in Kariga, and my Lauren in Madikwe. I thought I missed someone, but thank you from all of us. Thank you for spending your day with us. And we hope you stay tuned for everything else that's going to be a lot of fun. But I really do hope to see everyone again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. I think it will be a good one. And hopefully we'll have the beautiful Mashatu back. And we are hoping for some wonderful sightings again tomorrow. But again, thank you so much for joining us. It is that sad time of the day that we now have to say goodbye. But I will leave you with this beautiful unicorn.